Before we turn to the business of the meeting, I will ask Phil McCord to undertake a roll call of members. Please, can I ask that you introduce yourself for the benefit of people watching the webcast and to speak clearly into your microphones. When you have finished speaking, please turn your camera and microphone off. Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, if I can ask you to turn your cameras on and then speak so the microphone picks you up and members of the public can see that you're present. So, Councillor Anderson.
Good evening, Tom Anderson present.
Councillor Berry.
Good evening, Councillor Bruce Berry present.
Councillor Bird.
Hello, Joe Bird, Councillor for Bromborough.
Councillor Brame.
Good evening, Councillor Alan Brayton present.
Councillor Burgess-Joyce.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Good evening, Helen Cameron present.
Councillor Cannon.
Councillor Cannon present.
Councillor Carubia.
Councillor Carubia present, thank you.
Councillor Cleary.
Pat Cleary present, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clements.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wendy Clements present.
Councillor Collins. You're on mute, Councillor Collins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mike Collins present.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cook present.
Councillor Cottier.
Good evening, everybody. Tony Cottier present.
Councillor Cox.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Davies.
Councillor George Davis present.
Councillor Fowles.
Councillor Steve Fowkes present.
Councillor Frost.
Good evening, Councillor Sam Frost present.
Councillor Gardner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you. Councillor Andrew Gardner present.
Councillor Gilchrist.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Phil Gilchrist present, thank you.
Councillor Carl Greeny. Councillor Greeny. We'll come back to Councillor Greeny. Mayor. Councillor Greeny. Are you with us, Councillor Greeny? We can see you, but...
Yeah, I'm here present. Good evening. My Wi-Fi is breaking down.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff Green.
Evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jeff Green present.
Councillor Gray.
Councillor Gray present.
Councillor Paul Hayes.
Paul Hayes present.
Councillor Steve Hayes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Steve Hayes present.
Councillor Andrew Hodson. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hodson present. Councillor Cathy Hodson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cathy Hodson present.
Councillor Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jenny Johnson present. Thank you.
Councillor Adrian Jones.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Adrian Jones present.
Councillor Chris Jones.
Good evening, everybody. Councillor Chris Jones present.
Councillor Sharon Jones.
Good evening, everyone. Councillor Sharon Jones present.
Councillor Tony Jones.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tony Jones present.
Councillor Jordan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mary Jordan present.
Councillor Kelly.
Good evening, Stuart Kelly present.
Councillor Kenny.
Good evening, Councillor Brian Kenny present.
Councillor Leach.
Good evening, everyone. Councillor Leach present.
Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Ian Lewis, Wallasey Ward present.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Good evening, Councillor Boyd McLaughlin present.
Councillor McManus.
Good evening, Councillor Jude Thomas present.
Councillor Mitchell.
Councillor Dave Mitchell present. Good evening, Mr.
Councillor Muspratt.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Muspratt present.
Councillor Nolan.
Good evening, Councillor Nolan present.
Councillor Norbury.
Good evening, Councillor Tony Norbury present.
Councillor Povell.
Hello, good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Cherry Povell present.
Councillor Rennie.
Councillor Leslie Rennie present, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. Councillor Robinson present.
Councillor Rowlands. Councillor Rowlands. I'll come back, Mr Mayor. Councillor Spore.
Good evening, Sarah Spore present.
Councillor Spriggs.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Christine Spriggs present.
Councillor Stapleton.
Good evening, everyone. Councillor Jean Stapleton present.
Councillor Stewart.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Paul Stewart present.
Councillor Sullivan.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Mike Sullivan present. Thank you.
Councillor Usher.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Usher present.
Councillor Walsh.
Good evening, everybody. Councillor Walsh present.
Councillor Whittingham.
Good evening, everyone. Councillor Whittingham present.
Councillor Irene Williams.
Good evening. Councillor Irene Williams present.
Councillor Jerry Williams.
Good evening. Councillor Jerry Williams present.
Councillor Steve Williams.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Steve Williams present.
Councillor Williamson.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Williamson present.
Councillor Wood.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Councillor Wood present.
Councillor Wright. You're on mute, Councillor White. Is it working, Councillor White, or do you need to log on again? Okay, Mr Mayor, will allow Councillor White to log off and log on again and sort this out.
Okay.
And finally, Councillor Rowlands, are you
present and correct, sir.
Thank you, members. And our only saving grace is that you're not a large county with 130 members or something. So over to you now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members present? And a name hasn't been called. Can you please indicate now? No. Okay, thank you. But should we wait for Councillor Wright? No, okay. Okay, I'm going to move on to declarations of interest. Members are asked to consider whether you have any disposable pecuniary or any other relevant interest in connection with any matters to be determined at this meeting, and if so, to declare it and state the nature of such interest. Can I remind members that if you have a personal and prejudicial interest, you need to leave the virtual meeting room, and need to leave the virtual meeting room, you're asked to hang up from this meeting, stay by the computer, and officers will call you back into the meeting at the conclusion of the item that you had an interest in. I will remind members that Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 applies to this meeting, so that if a member present is 2 months or more in arrears with their council tax, they must declare that to the meeting and must not vote on any budget or council tax item. Any member who fails to comply with that requirement will be committing a criminal offence. Before I ask members to declare any interest that they may have in the interest of efficiency, I will read out a list of members who have indicated in advance of the meeting that they have a personal interest in the agenda item 4C, Budget 2021-2022, and Medium-Term Financial Plan 2022 to 2026, insofar as it relates to the school's budget element by virtue of holding positions as school governors. Right, the following councillors have indicated that. Councillors Berry, Brame, Corubia, Cleary, Clements, who is also implied in an early years setting, Collins, Cook, Davis, Gardner, Gilchrist, Greeny, Kenny, Leach, Mitchell, myself, Tony Smith, Stewart, Sullivan, Whittingham, and Steve Williams. Additionally, I can report the following personal interests insofar as they relate to the school's budget element by virtue of those members, either themselves or close family members working in either schools or council's education and children or young people's directorate. And they are Cook, implied as a teacher, Davis, daughter in education, Robinson, implied in early years and son, supply teacher, Rowlands, spouse, Stewart, foster carer, and Sullivan, daughter. I've also been informed, can report that the Constitution and Standards Committee, at their meeting on the 24th of February 2021, granted a dispensation to Councillor Steve Fowkes in respect of Magenta Housing, as he is a board member, so as to enable him to participate fully in the budget debate. Can I now ask members to make any further declarations and remind you that you should state the item number and title and the nature of the interest you have? Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, now I need to look on to see who it is. Adrian Jones. Adrian?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm a school governor and my daughter is a school teacher.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Who else do I see? Anyone? Joe Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the fact that my daughter is a school teacher.
Julie McManus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that I'm a governor of the primary school, Birkenhead, and my son is in primary education. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a non-pecuniary interest. My brother's a service user for Wirral Evolutions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not a governor. I'm employed by a company that supplies services to schools, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a school governor at Mersey Park Primary. Thank you.
Councillor Steve Fowkes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. School governor at Bitson Avenue, so under the item headed school budgets.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Christine Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My daughter's a teacher.
Thank you. Councillor Sam Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On school budgets, I have a family member in education.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Norbury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My sister works for the council in early years, and also I'm a school governor at Prenton Primary School, and I'm a voting member of the school forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah Spoor. Sarah.
Thank you. Yes, I work for a Liverpool school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Christine Spriggs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my partner works in education. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Joe Bird. Joe.
My partner is the school governor.
Right, thank you. Have I missed anyone?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Anita Leach. Anita.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to declare an interest in 4D Capital Programme 21-26. I am a school governor, but both of the schools, Leeso Nursery School and Castleway Primary, are mentioned under that capital programme. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Christine.
Yeah, I've got my hand up.
Yeah.
There we go. My daughter-in-law is a teacher at Somerville Primary.
Thank you. Thanks. Anyone else? That's everyone. Okay, thank you. Okay, right. We move on to item 2, Civic Mayor's announcements. I have been notified of the following apologies. Councillor Andy Corkill. Are there any further apologies? No. Okay. Right, just a few words. It's good to welcome back members who have been unwell with COVID or otherwise. So nice to see everyone back again. Almost a year ago, since the first lockdown, we're a year in which so many have lost so much. As the pandemic continues, it is a time to reflect as well as to take action. For local authorities, this means we need to be agile and responsive as well as resilient. But it's also an opportunity to innovate and to change the way we work. We recognise that as social beings, what is important is relationships, and this includes those small interactions and positive and unexpected words of encouragement from others. This time, the United Kingdom has passed the unimaginable milestone of over 120,000 plus deaths from COVID. There is a degree of hope on the horizon with the rollout of vaccines, a fantastic scientific achievement in just over a year. After waiting our turn to be called, the Mayoress and myself attended a vaccination centre at Woodchurch Leisure Centre on February the 3rd. We joined at that time the 410,623 people who had already received their first vaccine jab across Merseyside and Cheshire. We are so grateful to all the wonderful staff and volunteers who guided us through the process and administered the vaccine. It really was efficient and friendly, and is a great testament to the incredible teamwork by the National Health Service, volunteer marshals and Wirral Council. The focus here in Wirral has been to keep people safe, but also to recognise the challenges and to support mental, physical and economic well-being. We also need to consider recovery and how we can help those who have been affected by the pandemic. This is particularly true for young people, with a recent report by the Children's Commissioner suggesting that 1 in 6 children have struggled with mental health issues during lockdown. Local authorities and the National Health Service are set to remain on the front line of the battle against COVID. Thank you. Right, I will now mention we will be adhering, particularly tonight, to the strict time limits during this meeting. Please do not ask for more time, as I will have to refuse you. I do intend to take a formal comfort break this evening, perhaps two perhaps, if the meeting goes on for any length of time. And I propose the first one, a 10-minute adjournment at an appropriate point during the course of the meeting between 7:30 p.m. and 8 p.m. Finally, in order to assist councillors this evening, supplementary agenda pack of amendments submitted as a response to the publication of the agenda, I would ask councillors to refer to that pack during consideration of any amendments to motions to be discussed. Right, item 3, and this is the budget meeting procedure. So members, we are requested to consider the recommendation from the Policy and Resources Committee.
It's doing it now.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Members, we are requested to consider the recommendation from the Policy and Resources Committee meeting of the 17th of February 2021 in respect of the procedure to be adopted for this extraordinary meeting of the Council as specified in Appendix A to the report of the Director of Law and Governance. I invite Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the proposals.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
I invite Councillor Jeff Green to second.
Happy to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do any members wish to comment? Can we agree the recommendation by assent?
Agreed.
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 Okay, that's agreed. Thank you. Right, item 4, matters requiring approval or consideration by the Council. Recommendation from Policy and Resources Committee of the 17th of February 2021 concerning budget decision making. So 4A, revenue budget monitoring for quarter 3 2020 to 2021. This is a referral from the Policy and Resources Committee held on the 17th of February 2021. I call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the recommendations detailed in the report.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
I call on Councillor Leach to second.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Williamson, you now have 5 minutes to speak to your motion.
Mr. Mayor, I don't intend to speak to this tonight, thank you.
Okay. I'm not aware of any amendments, so I propose we move to the debate. Are there any speakers? No, okay. We now move to the seconder of the motion, Councillor Leach. You now have up to 3 minutes to speak to the motion.
I don't need to speak to this, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And then back to right to reply. Councillor Williamson, you now have a right to reply and may address the council for up to 3 minutes.
Nothing from me on this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There'll be no further comments. We will move to the vote. I will take this vote by assent. If any member is not in agreement, can you please say so now or indicate in the chat facility? Okay, then that is agreed. Okay. Move on to 4B, Capital Monitoring Quarter 3, 2020 to 2021. This is a referral from the Policy and Resources Committee held on the 17th of February 2021. I call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the recommendations detailed in the report.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Leach to second.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Again, Councillor Williamson, you now have 5 minutes to speak to your motion.
Mr Mayor, I don't intend to speak to this, thank you.
Okay, I'm not aware of any amendments, so I propose we move to the debate. Are there any speakers? No. Okay. Councillor Leach, seconder of the motion, you now have up to 3 minutes to speak to the motion.
I don't intend to speak to this, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to proposer of the motion, Councillor Williamson. Again, you now have your right to reply and may address the council for up to 3 minutes.
I don't need to speak to this, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. There'll be no further comments. We will move to the vote. I will take this vote by assent. Again, if any member is not in agreement, can you please say so now or indicate in the chat facility? Okay, then that is agreed. Okay, we move on to 4C, budget 2021 to 2022, a medium-term financial plan 2022 to 2026. Councillors, it is my intention to run one single debate on the motion together with all of the amendments, but then take separate votes at the end of discussion on the individual amendments as if they had been debated separately. I refer members to pages 65 to 71 of the summons and call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to formally move the Policy and Resources Committee budget resolutions as set out in the summons. I call on Councillor Williamson.
So move, Mr Mayor.
I call on Councillor Anita Leach to formally second.
Formally seconded, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Right, we have amendments in respect to the budget from the Conservative, Liberal Democrat and Green groups, which are detailed in the supplementary agenda pack. I now invite Councillor Jeff Green to formally move his budget amendment as detailed in the supplementary agenda pack.
So moved, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Leslie Rennie to formally second.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I now invite Councillor Phil Gilchrist to formally propose his budget amendment as detailed in the supplementary agenda pack.
Yes, I formally so move, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
I call on Councillor Chris Carubia to formally second.
So seconded, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I now invite Councillor Pat Cleary to formally propose his budget amendment as detailed in the supplementary agenda pack.
So moved, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
I call on Councillor Chris Cook to formally second.
So seconded, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to the budget debate. The Council will now debate the Policy and Resources Committee budget recommendations as altered and moved, together with the budget amendments as one debate. I remind members that at the end of the debate, a series of recorded votes will be required. Okay, we move on to the proposer of the motion. Councillor Williamson, you now have 15 minutes to speak to your motion. Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In moving the motion, I draw members' attention to pages 2 to 4 of the supplementary agenda pack issued earlier today. I formally move the recommendation of the Policy and Resources Committee of the 17th of February 2021, Budget 2020-21 and Medium Term Financial Plan 22-23 to 25-26. But subject to an alteration, that is, the motion being proposed remains to adopt revenue budget of 329.4 million and is slightly altered to accept amendments from other groups in parts as marked in purple on our proposal and to make a minor addition marked in green. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before I commend this Labour Group budget to Council, I'd like to set some context to the position we find ourselves in today. Since 2010, we've seen £250 million taken from our budget from government under a cruel and ideological austerity programme, something which most other private sector businesses could simply not sustain going forward. We've seen a reduction in our workforce from just over 6,000 in 2012 to 3,560 in 2021. Under a previous Conservative leader, the council suffered 1,100 redundancies in 2012. This represented the single biggest loss to date and accounted for 1/6 of our workforce, for which we're all still paying. Despite this, we have not closed any amenities, and we sought to protect our services, residents and workforce to the best of our ability. To be able to do this is testimony to the determination of the Labour Group over the past 9 years and the dedication of council staff, delivering for the communities they love and wish to serve. With the backdrop of austerity, Mr Mayor, COVID came along, a pandemic that has devastated lives, livelihoods and communities. Wirral has lost 850 of our residents, and we grieve for each and every family for their loss. Every death to COVID is one too many, Mr Mayor. Things have been tough. A lot has been asked of everyone. Physical and mental well-being has been stretched, and businesses have struggled to stay open and employ staff. We've endured lockdown, Tier 2 and Tier 3 restrictions in the past year. Our local businesses have endured uncertainty, closure and job losses. Our residents have faced challenges to their mental health as lockdown and shielding has left many increasingly anxious and lonely. We've seen outbreaks of COVID in many care homes, so cruelly overlooked by national government at the start of this pandemic. We've seen organisations struggle for the most basic of PPE at a time where the government threw millions of pounds of taxpayers' money at their friends in the form of contracts. We've seen our young people struggle with the exams fiasco, not knowing what the future held for them in terms of grades and university places. And there's been a huge increase in domestic violence as a result of lockdown. In terms of COVID funding, Wirral's received over £200 million from the government, and that has been administered by the council to those individuals and businesses in need. We've made sure that we've had dedicated staff in place to ensure speedy payments to all of those who qualified. But Mr Mayor, together we've come through this. We've pulled together as a community and we've pulled together as a council. We've delivered nearly 20,000 food hampers to the most vulnerable since the start of the pandemic. We've made nearly 8,000 financial awards to the people who need them most. We've redeployed 400 staff during the course of the pandemic who've provided vital help to our communities. We currently have staff working in a wide range of activities, including COVID testing centres, the food hub, PPE hub, COVID helpline, delivering school meals and administering business support grants. We have a dedicated team of staff ensuring that all our residents are kept up to date with constantly changing guidance and communications. We have come through this, Mr Mayor. The council has embedded itself at the heart of the community despite the cuts from government. And despite the opposition claims we've not been fully reimbursed for the total loss of income, the government have given us 75 pence for every 95 pence we've lost as a result of COVID. This means that the losses incurred, for example, as a result of our leisure centres closing, has not been fully reimbursed, and neither has the full loss of car parking charges. Make no mistake, Mr Mayor, these are hard times financially for everyone. Some people will tell you that the easy decisions in hard times are to cut, to offer up our assets in one big sale and balance the books by selling and closing, by slashing jobs and reducing services. We know that drastic cuts are a short-term solution to long-term issues. They don't offer anything for the next year or the year after that. There's no potential for growth. They don't help our communities rebuild themselves. They don't help hard-working families find places to take their children and their grandchildren when they can finally meet again. They don't give opportunities for young people to thrive, whatever their background, or places for lonely people to see a friendly face. They don't tackle inequality, help with mental health challenges, or allow us to nurture our environment. This year's budget comes after a year like no other, a year of sacrifice and hardship. but a year in which we've all had time to take stock, be thankful for what we have, and to look forward to a time when we can enjoy once again the things that we perhaps took for granted. And the Labour Group, Mr Mayor, has a vision for Wirral, one where every resident is cared for and supported, where our vulnerable children and adults have the access to the support and services they need, where our local businesses grow and flourish as part of our community wealth building strategy, where our ambitious regeneration plans improve the lives of our residents, where loneliness is tackled, where we celebrate our amazing community groups who've worked so hard with us to provide school meals and laptops for our vulnerable children during lockdown. Mr Mayor, this brings me to the Labour Group budget, a budget that serves our community at every level. A budget, Mr Mayor, is a statement of values. Every penny we spend is a reflection of where our priorities lie and where our values are. This budget tonight is a statement of the Labour Group values. In December, we were told we must make £10 million worth of budget cuts. This was heartbreaking, as the budget we'd passed in March 2020 was fully costed, with deliverable savings, no closure of services and no compulsory redundancies. But COVID got in the way. The government told us to do whatever it takes, and we knew that there were some tough decisions to make, but we did do whatever it took. We asked our communities what they wanted, and we listened to what they told us. Then we tried to find ways to make that happen. That meant protecting our much loved and vital amenities and first-class leisure centres. That meant saving our amazing school crossing patrols, which keep our children safe. That meant working towards a cleaner, greener, healthier, more ethical and more inclusive borough. Despite COVID, Mr Mayor, we believe our community can come out of this stronger than ever. With this in mind, Mr Mayor, I'd like to touch upon some of the Labour Group budget tonight. The Williamson Art Gallery is home to the most passionate, knowledgeable and committed workforce. It is the main hub of arts and culture here on Wirral, loved by local and international artists and makers alike. It is a vital community resource, cherished by visitors of all ages and backgrounds. It is the jewel in our crown, and we are hugely proud to keep it open for future generations. And I am honoured tonight, Mr Mayor, to be working with Lord Tony Hall of Birkenhead going forward to ensure the success of the Williamson Art Gallery. The Europa swimming pool and fun pool, a cherished and much used resource, and one which is located in the most deprived part of the borough. We are keeping the competitive pool open and looking to open the fun pool as and when public health and government guidance permits. Our beautiful 4 municipal golf courses, Mr Mayor, loved by many, they're the envy of many local councils. They are integral to our residents' physical and mental well-being. Allow me to quote, with his permission, from a letter I recently received from Keith Marsh from the Alliance of Wirral Municipal Golf Courses. We thank the Labour Group for tabling this proposal that on our part helps to safeguard the sport we love, the land that serves communities beyond golf and provides some stability for our golf clubs, enabling us to plan for the future. Mr Mayor, we pledge to work with Mr Marsh and other stakeholders involved in our golf courses, including the workforce and our trade unions, to make our municipal golf a growing success going forward. Our amenities are the places where we spend time with our families, teach our children, meet our friends and overcome loneliness. We will keep our school crossing patrols, Mr Mayor, who are at the heart of the communities and guarantee our children's safety. This is vital as our children start to go back to school in larger numbers. We will keep our public conveniences open. We will not move to 3 weekly bin collections and we will not see any increase to any waste charges. We must support our residents in recycling and we must discourage fly tipping in the borough. We will ensure that our climate emergency budget of £100,000 is maintained as we go forward with our ambitious green agenda. This will be our greenest ever budget, Mr Mayor, even in these difficult times, and this is something we can all be proud of. Youth provision, Mr Mayor, we recognise the essential work that our youth services do. They provide a vital lifeline to our young people, particularly in times where their mental health has suffered as a result of COVID. We recognise the fantastic work that the Hive does and wish to support them to the tune of £300,000. In addition to that, Mr Mayor, we've pledged a further £200,000 for wider youth services across Wirral, making a real difference in the lives of young people. We continue to pay the real living wage to our care workers. I think everyone here has to agree that they've played such a vital role during COVID, caring for our loved ones selflessly. We were one of the first councils to implement the real living wage, and those care workers, Mr Mayor, deserve more than a clap once a week. We will oppose all compulsory redundancies. Our workforce has been decimated since the austerity programme of 2010, and yet they've continued to serve their borough, and we are determined to offer support to our workforce going forward. Our workforce will be at the forefront of a new and brighter recovery strategy, and we thank them for that. We will continue to support our vulnerable adults and children through our vital social care services, and we will build wealth from the grassroots up. Our ambitious community wealth building strategy has already seen social value benefits in our procurement process worth nearly £22 million. We are delivering on local employment, local procurement, and supporting our young people and care workers into paid work. If you want to do business with Wirral Council, you must be ethical and community focused. Mr Mayor, we have ambitious plans for a community bank in partnership with 2 other councils. This will tackle financial exclusion and support our small and medium-sized businesses coming out of COVID. We are embedding local economic recovery at the heart of our post-COVID plans, and we will support our communities and local businesses to build back better. Mr Mayor, the messages from our budget consultation were clear. People value our wonderful amenities and they want us to protect them for the future. We've listened, we've understood, and we've acted. As you know, it's easy to make the knee-jerk decisions. It's easy to close facilities and to make mass redundancies. It's easy to slash and sell. But by being smart, we can build and help things grow on Wirral. We can work together to help our communities rebuild themselves after this terribly hard year for them. As restrictions lift, Mr Mayor, we will need our amenities, our beautiful green spaces and our community resources more than ever. So I say to the other groups here tonight, I'm asking you to take this budget in the spirit it has been created, by listening to the people of Wirral and allowing them to keep these important services open for the future. Wirral Labour is working so hard for the future of our rural communities, Mr Mayor, and with our residents' help and support, we can do so much more. I commend this budget, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Now we're going to move on to the school's budget element. I'm now going to call on Councillor Wendy Clements as Chair of the Children, Young People's and Education Committee. And Wendy, you now have 7 minutes to speak on the school's budget element of the Policy and Resources Committee budget recommendation. Councillor Clements.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As I begin, I would point members to Appendix 12, which sets out the school's budget. I'm sure all members will want to join me in thanking school leaders, teachers and other staff for their sterling work over the past difficult year. Wirral schools have remained open to vulnerable children and children of key workers throughout, as have early years settings, which have been open to all children since the 1st of June 2020. Mr Mayor, as all the children return to school from next Monday, there will be much to do to support our children, and I know council officers have been engaged in that too. Like the council, Mr Mayor, schools have received further government funding to support additional costs for premises, free school meals and cleaning, and in the first window that was open, they received nearly £500,000 in total. Those have been received direct by schools rather than through the school council's budget, so they're not reported here. Mr Mayor, I'm pleased to say that the government elected in December 2019 is boosting funding in primary and secondary schools by £14 billion over the 3 years from 2021 through to 2023. And in this financial year coming up, the school's budget totally has been increased by £4.8 billion, so that every child can get a good education. Mr Mayor, we see that played out in Wirral because the total school budget for 2021-22 is £299.487 million, which represents an 8.88% increase from 2020 to 21. That's worth over £22 million, Mr Mayor. As well as technical changes to the national funding formula and adjustment for changing pupil numbers, there is also real growth in this budget, which includes maintained schools budgets are increasing by 4% overall, with every secondary school allocated at least £5,415 per pupil, and every primary school allocated at least £4,180 per pupil. Early years funding is increased by £8, that would be nice, 8 pence per hour for 2-year-olds and 6 pence per hour for 3 and 4-year-olds. Mr Mayor, high needs funding is increasing by £5.8 million, which is a 14.3% increase. Schools Forum has considered and recommended this budget at its meeting on the 19th of January, which covers the education provision for all our Wirral pupils, aged up to 18, in early years, primary and secondary schools, and up to age 25 in special schools and high needs providers. Funding for the Teachers' Pay Grant and Teachers' Pension Employer Contribution Grant has been added in now to the formula from 2021-22, and that is a much more clear and transparent way forward and brings certainty. Schools continue to receive pupil premium in addition, which is targeted on deprivation. And the national funding formula has been adjusted with the 2019 IDACHI update relating to deprivation, which is important again to many of our Wirral schools. Going forward, the substantial increase in the high needs funding is very valuable, but for us in Wirral, we do have challenges in this area which will need to be addressed. The DSG reserve is expected to end 2020 to 21 with a 2.4 million cumulative deficit, and the majority of the overspend relates to pressures in the high needs block. Therefore, for 2021-22, an in-year surplus of 2.7 million on the high needs element of DSG is going to be allocated as agreed by the Schools Forum to transfer to the DSG reserve to offset the deficit. High needs pressures and other issues such as the emerging local plan with its proposals for housing mean that there is much to be done in our schools planning and arranging over the coming year. Mr Mayor, I'll stop there, well within my time limit, and hopefully leaving more time for the debate of the budget proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clements. Okay, we now move on to Councillor Leach, a seconder. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right until the end of the debate? So you get one, go ahead.
I'd like to wait till the end of the debate, please, Mr Mayor.
That's helpful, thank you. That's good. Okay, we'll now move on to the Conservative budget amendment. Councillor Green, you now have up to 15 minutes to speak to your budget amendment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In proposing this budget amendment, I would like initially at least to reflect on where we have come from. The last 12 months have been extraordinary for Wirral and indeed the country. We've seen so many of our citizens infected with COVID-19, incredible numbers hospitalised, and tragically, so many of our fellow citizens have died before their time. I'm sure I speak on behalf of us all attending this meeting tonight when I say our hearts go out to the families and friends of the lost, and we grieve for everyone. I'm sure I also speak on behalf of the whole council, Mr Mayor, when I say how uplifting it's been to see the quite remarkable effort of so many vaccinating our residents, including at sites provided by the council. And I'd like to place on record my thanks to the scientists, pharmaceutical companies, procurement professionals, GPs, healthcare professionals, council staff and volunteers who have made this miracle a reality. I trust, Mr Mayor, we also welcome, I certainly do, the £20 per week uplift to universal credit and the extraordinary and unprecedented furlough payments to Wirral residents. Mr. Mayor, we've also seen 2 leaders of the council, 2 leaders of the largest opposition party, along with the ending of the strong leader and executive model and the reintroduction and implementation of the committee system. All this at a time, the government has looked to us in local government to help them fight the pandemic and protect our citizens. The provision of over £200 million to pass to local businesses and invest directly into council services was generous and clearly essential. And can I take this opportunity to congratulate and thank all of our officers and staff for their outstanding contribution and the leadership they've demonstrated in aligning and integrating the entire public sector serving Wirral residents. If I may, Mr. Mayor, I would also like to thank Wirral's head teachers and school staff who kept our schools open to vulnerable pupils and children of frontline workers throughout the pandemic. Looking forward to the coming year, Mr. Mayor, let me say I believe the introduction of the new governance arrangements provided by the committee system has led to a welcome increase in transparency and a greater engagement by all councillors and by extension their constituents in the budget making process. In my opinion, Mr. Mayor, the leader of the council has operated in an inclusive way, and I express my thanks to her for that and the many personal kindnesses she's extended to me over the year. Our committees, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, are developing their personalities and engaging in thoughtful discussion and vibrant debate about priorities and how to fund them. And our officers are serving us all professionally without fear or favour. So, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, with the government's agreement to the council's request for exceptional financial support of up to £24 million and a budget increase from £304.7 million at the start of the 2021 financial year to the one we're discussing tonight of £329.4 million, let me emphasise that, Mr. Mayor, a year-on-year increase of £25 million for 21-22. We are well placed to carry out the structural reforms the council needs while providing the universal and specialised services our residents expect and need. Again, Mr. Mayor, let me thank the leader of the council for the decision in her original proposal to remove the threat of going to a 3-weekly bin collection, closing the Williamson Art Gallery, the removal of school crossing patrols, the closure of public toilets, and Wirral's only competitive swimming facility at Europa Pools. And, Mr. Mayor, I believe the adoption of the amendment standing in my and my group's name will improve this proposal further. This now appears to be the Labour Party's position too. Before turning to the reversal of a number of the cuts to services proposed by the Labour group and the new spending and initiatives we're proposing tonight, let me first turn to the further savings we've identified, amounting to £2.13 million. Well, Mr. Mayor, with the exception of removing the Brexit reserve, reducing a portion of the non-staffing elements of the business change team, and the use of the COVID reserve to stop the massive, and I'm sure we'd all agree, untimely increase in the cost to say goodbye as we cremate or bury our fellow citizens, there is nothing in our amendment that the Labour group didn't vote for last year, Mr. Mayor, other than the fact the amounts are significantly smaller and I would contend, therefore, far more deliverable. For example, zero-based budgeting. From what I can tell, Mr. Mayor, a consensus is developing that this would be a welcome approach. Our services excuse me, should be configured and funded on the basis of what our residents want and need now, not what was included in the base budget 20 or more years ago. And, Mr. Mayor, we now have the policy committees in place to support this activity. Likewise, bringing forward the new council model, last year the Labour group voted to introduce this and save £5 million inside 12 months, which they failed to deliver for good reason. Our proposal of £1 million during this financial year is far more modest than this. I'm also aware that perhaps based on a reappraisal of their aspirations from life following the pandemic. Over 100 members of staff have expressed an interest in taking voluntary severance, and we also have a large number of vacancies. We also know that the council has identified a reserve of £4 million for EVR, some of which will be used to support the Labour proposal from P&R being discussed tonight. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr Mayor, our amendment does not say that officers must achieve this more modest saving in comparative terms through EVR or unfilled vacancies. It does, however, provide an option that officers may utilise, if appropriate, and mutually beneficial to the council, the service and or the individual. So, Mr Mayor, having identified these additional savings, where have we chosen to invest them? Ward member budgets have been used by many of us to support small community groups, towns in bloom, Christmas lights, the provision of benches, community halls, or even tending roundabouts. And as you will have found, Mr Mayor, there are so many small local voluntary groups and initiatives that deserve and require our support. Our amendment achieves this. When I became leader of my group, Mr Mayor, I was very clear in the hustings that, like the government, I believe in the science of climate change, the impact we are having on our environment, and the need to reduce our carbon footprint. This budget amendment, therefore, places a commitment to carbon net zero in our procurement processes and reverses the £100,000 cut in the climate emergency reserve. On a personal level, I do hope a proportion of that funding would be used for education, consultation and engagement, but we will of course be led by the policy committee. Too often the council appears to impose rather than consult and engage. This, in my opinion, can lead to hostility rather than understanding and positive compromise. Similarly, Mr Mayor, Labour's budget proposals for ending grass cutting and rewilding will be seen as abandonment, with all the negative impacts that will have. A council with a £329 million budget that can't even cut the grass does not inspire confidence with residents. Therefore, we believe our proposal of maintaining amenity grass and verge maintenance, alongside a positive policy for wildflower and pollinator planting, will achieve the benefits of bees and biodiversity we want to encourage, without the reputational damage to the cause we seek to advance. Our young people, Mr Mayor, we are advocating a major investment in youth services. We will, of course, be guided by the committee, but I would hope to see an expansion and improvement of youth services across the borough, including the satellite facilities and detached youth work. Our young people will require support as we come out of the pandemic, and high quality youth work, particularly detached youth work, can protect youngsters from harm and prevent antisocial behaviour and a route into the criminal justice system. And finally, Mr Mayor, it addresses the criticism from our external auditors by starting the process of rebuilding our reserves and balances. Mr Mayor, we've listened to our residents and we've listened to all of the parties on the council. Indeed, our amendment addresses most, if not all, of the issues. It appears we've done this so well, Mr Mayor, that the internal decision-making system within the Labour group appears to have insisted that their leader reverses herself and uses whole swathes of our amendment herself. I feel sure, Mr Mayor, if our amendment is carried tonight, we'll go forward in a spirit of engagement and goodwill. Any outstanding concerns can be discussed and satisfactorily resolved. Mr Mayor, as our amazing GPs and NHS vaccinate us out of the pandemic, this amendment uses the extra funding from government wisely and starts to rebuild our reserves and balances. It is clean and green. It extends youth provision. It protects and enhances our environment, and I commend it to the council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Rennie, a seconder, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right until the end of the debate?
I'd like my 7 minutes at the end, Mr. Mayor, if that's acceptable. Thank you.
That's acceptable. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. Councillor Gilchrist, you now have up to 15 minutes to speak to your budget amendment. Councillor Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This last year has been all about helping Wirral get through the worst crisis we've faced in my lifetime: financial, environmental, and the virus. A crisis so strong and deep that the model of funding local government and public services is virtually broken. So now is the time to rebuild the lives hit by this terrible year. Our council is ready to play a key role in the recovery from COVID-19, and we will play a full part in that. It is frustrating that the government simply hasn't met all our costs. So many families have struggled to make ends meet this year, and this council tax rise, with rules handed down from London, gives us so little room for manoeuvre. In fact, many families will see this as a council tax bombshell. Local government in general, Mr. Mayor, seeks clarity and certainty about how local services will be funded over the next few years, and one-year settlements from the government do not give us time to plan. When I wrote to all the party leaders and members of P&R on the 6th of February, I believed we had very little room for manoeuvre. I believe we still have very little room for manoeuvre, but our job is to rebuild the economy and maintain our level of services without damaging the fabric of our society. So retaining the Williamson, the crossing patrols, not changing the bins, a number of measures in the budget are especially helpful to residents, and these are all things that we flagged up for retention in advance. A word of caution, of course, about the small print attached to the arrangements with the Ministry of Housing and Local Government for the financial help which we will receive. We will receive some conditions or directions or advice when it is approved eventually, and the result needs very careful examination. I just want to go back a year, Mr. Mayor, to February this time last year, when Councillor Pat Hackett announced that he was going to step down from the council. In the outcome, he decided to stay on, and his approach helped build trust between the political parties while he remained with us. And in those early days, we worked together, as we still do, as much as possible. In those early days, Wirral received the Wuhan evacuees, and we received people returning from a cruise ship to Arrow Park Hospital. Those days, at the start, none of us knew what was going to happen during this year. But when party leaders met in that period, and that included Councillor Hackett, Councillor Cleary, Councillor McLaughlin, myself and Ian Lewis, we decided a number of steps had to be taken. One of those was that pay boost for frontline care workers when officers asked for the real living wage for many contractors, because it would stabilise the workforce and help people get through this year. So I pay tribute to Pat Hackett, who stayed on rather than retire, to Ian Lewis in post till recently, to Pat Cleary and Maura McLaughlin for laying down the foundations of the cooperation of trust, and to Councillors Williamson and Leach, who have kept up this spirit to get us this far, accepting ideas over this weekend and looking for funding for them. Mr. Mayor, we've made progress, but as Mr. Van Tam warned us last week, we cannot afford to wreck this now. He felt that some people would be taking their foot off their brake at exactly the wrong time. Now, we know that in the early days of the virus, there were people like Dominic Cummings who acquired some notoriety and actually knocked back the progress that was being made. We have recovered from that. The health service has pulled every single stop out to recover services, and it had a plan to recover the critical care services, the non-urgent elective operations, a whole range of things, but they have all had to be put back and only just restarted because of the pressures of the virus. We have joined in this budget process in a spirit of cooperation, arguing for help for young people and for the reopening of facilities whenever it's been safe and possible. And in the case of the fund pool, the opportunity for its use is now being taken seriously after detailed investigation. Mr. Mayor, the other leaders have highlighted how many people we've all known, how many of us have lost friends and family in this terrible crisis. People have been through so much. And in fact, when we looked only a few weeks ago, there were 279 people in beds in Arrow Park Hospital with COVID. And that, Mr. Mayor, was far more than the original peak in April of 131. So we all pay tribute to the work that our health service has been doing on all our behalves. But the other element of the service is the part that we look after, and that is social care. And if only we had a decent long-term solution to the funding of social care, we would be in a far better position. As it is, we have 5 extra care housing schemes in Wirral: Mendel Court, Harvest Court, Willowbank Court, Granville Court and Cherry Tree House. But for the future, we need the capital and the certainty to build these facilities to help care for the elderly. Working together, we will boost that care of the elderly, keeping our caring services on a firm base, and we will work ever more closely with the heroes in the NHS. Turning to schools, Mr. Mayor, determined efforts by our teachers kept schools open, not only with lessons online, but with the support and advice available to young people to give them the strength to get through these hard times. And I know from my local secondary school, they have distributed over 200 Chromebooks. They have distributed laptops donated by Vauxhall Motors. They have given out 4G Wi-Fi dongles and SIM cards, some provided free of charge by Vodafone. It has been a community and commercial effort in many sectors to get us to where we are. And in recent weeks, we set out more to use our voices and our votes to fund more support for Wirral's young people. The debate over the location of our youth hubs has shown how important they are, but they're not just buildings, but places for advice and support, and also outreach. Our young people have missed out on so much, missing socialising with their friends, months cut off from direct contact with their own age group. And there are, as we know, widespread reports of devastating emotional impact this has had on young people's mental health and emotional well-being. So after a year of struggle, our services for young people need a boost. Even though money is tight, a start is being made. Money can be directed to where it will count, spread fairly across Wirral, helping young people who have missed out on so much over the past year. Money has been found because the need has been recognised. A year or so ago, many people feared that swimming pools would never reopen unless there was support for them. We're in a position where we may be able to do that when conditions are safe. Our staff from leisure services have been redeployed across so many services, to the food hub, to the 50/50 line, to helping in hospitality granted awards, to helping with mass vaccinations. All our staff have played a key part in so many new areas and have adapted to it. As a council, we can help undo the damage wrought by COVID. The lockdowns has led us all to look at our quality of life and the impact we have each day. It has made us appreciate the damage we have done to the environment, but it has also brought us closer together. And it has underlined the health divide in Wirral. And there are signs that it has stalled or turned decades of progress back. During the Second World War, Mr. Mayor, William Beveridge identified the 5 giant evils facing our country as want, disease, ignorance, squalor and idleness. These came from poor living conditions, poor diet, uncertain life chances and unemployment. And it was a shock when we found it needed Marcus Rashford to force Boris Johnson into U-turns and a second U-turn on child food poverty. The impact of COVID means that these conditions are staring us in the face. These are tough times. We see it reflected in the faces of the people as they venture out after staying indoors. So many have worked from home, taking exercise locally when it's been safe to do so. And as life returns to the new normal, we can reopen our sports and leisure facilities and value the countryside on our doorstep. For many years, we have said, why can't our council get the basics right? Last summer, we had a considerable difficulty with grass cutting, but we need to restore a service that people value in the right places and still meet the green agenda. As part of meeting the green agenda, perhaps we can now put past battles over the greenbelt sites under threat. As the local plan develops, we will take a firm line on pushing developments onto brownfield sites, regenerating Wirral's historic heart. William Laird, John Laird's father, brought a small business here from Liverpool to the banks of Wallasey Pool in 1824. We are on the brink, 200 years later, of bringing new life to the community he brought from a backwater to a major town. And now the council's budget, after years of saving, even coupled with a huge loan from the government, just can't meet every need. There will be change in the way we care for some open spaces, a change in the way they'll look and feel. But if it's done properly, we can end up with more wildflowers, more trees and more bees. So we say that people in each community must get a say in how this change comes about. So it's simple, Mr. Mayor. We say no to neglect and yes to plan change. And we'll work to get Wirral on a firm footing and the path to recovery. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gilchrist. Councillor Corubia, a seconder, do you wish to speak now or do you want to reserve your right until the end of the debate? Chris?
I'd like to reserve my right to go to the end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll now move on to the Green Group budget amendment. Councillor Cleary, you now have up to 15 minutes to speak to your budget amendment. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I would like to begin by acknowledging what an incredibly difficult year the past one has been for everyone in Wirral, and to express my sincere condolences publicly to all those who have lost loved ones during this terrible pandemic we are experiencing. This authority and the wider Wirral community has faced immense challenges and has risen to those challenges wonderfully well. Despite the awful impact of the pandemic on our physical and our mental health, and the wider social and economic pain we have had to endure, in many ways, Mr. Mayor, we are stronger than before, not least because of the bonds forged and the lessons learned. So I pay tribute to everyone across all sectors within the council and outside who has worked so hard to protect lives and support the vulnerable in our community over the past year. Mr. Mayor, inevitably our finances have been also badly affected by the pandemic, and it is a collective achievement in the circumstances to be able to achieve balanced budget proposals that avoid many of the draconian options presented to the public for recent consultation. However, the inevitable and significant resort to capitalisation funds will impact us for years to come, and our residents will see services impaired while their council tax bills rise yet again. Mr. Mayor, every year it is the same story. The government ruthlessly exploits the gap in public perception between local services and local taxes. Despite everything we know about the inequalities highlighted by the pandemic and the vital role that councils have played in dealing with it, the local cuts that have defined the last decade are grinding on while the taxes to pay for local services spiral ever upwards. Mr. Mayor, it is important, I feel, that the public is made aware of the chasm between government rhetoric on levelling up and the impact of their policies, which have given so many councils the impossible task of providing for increased need with reduced resources. I'm sure everyone here tonight knows that more and more of our residents will struggle to pay the bills this year. And we simply cannot go on like this, with more residents and more councils facing financial ruin. We desperately need short-term support and long-term reform to social care funding. We need multi-year settlements that give councils financial certainty and stop the endless firefighting. And we need a replacement for the deeply regressive council tax. But, Mr. Mayor, despite the restrictions we face, this council has a very important role to play in delivering a fairer and greener Wirral. And the budget is critical in delivering that. Mr. Mayor, I emphasise the word deliver. In many key areas, we have to move beyond fine words and pretty pictures and deliver the transformation that Wirral needs. Money is sitting in our accounts today unspent on energy efficiency for our buildings, on active travel essential to meet our health, climate and housing density goals, on traffic calming and school street programmes that will keep our residents safe. The Green Group is frustrated, Mr. Mayor, at the slow progress in delivering change in these areas. The underspend on this year's climate emergency budget is a case in point. Clearly, we need better oversight on this budget going forward and greater involvement from members on how and when those monies should be spent. But the question remains, why is this council not making full use of the financial resources at its disposal today to meet our environmental goals? This is all the more perplexing given that 80% of the public support strong action on climate. Our public consultation on the budget affirms this, with residents backing proposals to rewild, to reduce grass cutting to support nature, and significantly increase revenues from car parking charges. Not for the first time, I have to point out, Mr. Mayor, that the public is well ahead of most politicians in supporting policies that will protect nature, improve our health, and tackle climate breakdown. So again, I say we need to deliver. It's all very well having ambitious targets for a distant point in the future or setting aside funds for some ill-defined purpose. But action speaks louder than words, and time and again we see local politicians impede progress on the green agenda by supporting the sale of council land for yet another supermarket, by rejecting scientific advice on managing our beaches, by opposing the reallocation of road space to create safe cycling routes, even as government finally recognises that this is essential to promote the switch to healthy travel. So perhaps after all, Mr. Mayor, it is not that surprising that progress is slow when so many members fail to support environmental wins. Which brings me, Mr. Mayor, to the specific proposals contained in our amendment. Mr. Mayor, the high-wire proposals for Royden Park have not been thought through fully or consulted upon properly. They have zero chance of delivering the figure of £80,000 in the next financial year. So it is perplexing and somewhat disturbing to see them presented as such. Moreover, they clearly take us in the wrong direction environmentally, not least by chewing up even more green space for car parking at a location poorly served by public transport. A full and thorough review of this proposal needs to be undertaken, which must consider the impact on the character of the park, a full travel assessment, a thorough stress test against Wirral's climate emergency targets, given the proposed increase in space devoted to car parking and likely increases in traffic, the impacts on wildlife and biodiversity, the effects of regular flooding of the proposed location on the economics of the facility and its ability to operate all year round. Mr. Mayor, our proposals also include a modest, proportionate 5% increase in golf course fees, which is a sensible proposal, given the high level of council subsidy currently provided for public golf, currently £335,000 per annum. It is clear from public consultation that residents place enormous value on our green spaces, and it is of course imperative that these are fully protected. It is also clear that the public questions the current level of subsidy for golf, and this needs to be addressed more rigorously than before as we move forward. It is reasonable, Mr. Mayor, to ask, given our wider aims around allotment provision, around tree planting, rewilding, as well as the public's increased appetite to engage with nature, whether allocating so much of Wirral's land specifically to golf is financially sustainable and socially and environmentally appropriate. So, Mr. Mayor, the savings we have identified in our amendment will end the threat of increased charges for environmental services, will support youth services, culture and our climate emergency goals. To conclude, Mr. Mayor, I want to say that all of the established parties on this council have contributed towards this budget. And I think that should be acknowledged, and I would welcome it to be broadly acknowledged. We have all played a role in getting us to the place we are this evening. And this reflects the strength of the committee system. And whatever the outcome of future elections, I hope that this wisdom will be retained. We will never revert to the previous model, which lacked rigour and transparency and left our reserves in such a perilous state. We have built up enormous trust over the last 2 years. And as Councillor Gilchrist mentioned, I pay tribute to the former councillor leader, Pat Hackett, and his replacement, Councillor Williamson. We have established enormous trust within the council, and that is a very precious asset as we move forward. And it is vital that we retain that and indeed foster it and improve it as we move forward, because that is how together we will all achieve better outcomes for all of the residents that we serve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Again, Councillor Cook, as seconder, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right until the end of the debate? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but just to be different, I'm going to make my seconding speech now, if that's all right. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak as a seconder for the Green Party budget amendment. Councillor Cleary has ably summarised our budget amendment proposals and explained the rationale behind them. I would just like to use my allotted time to reflect a little on the background to the whole budget setting process. With my Constitution and Standards Committee member hat on, if I can start with a brief outline of how, in my view, the budget setting process has measured up to the 5 core principles according to the newly adopted Constitution, namely accountability, credibility, transparency, collaboration and timeliness. Accountability. The new committee system has shown the potential for being much more accountable than the old governance system, as well as being able to see councillors at work, debating and taking decisions on their behalf. Members of the public are able to put questions and petitions and make statements, not just to full council, but to chairs and officers at all committee meetings. This also applied to committee meetings leading up to the current budget council. So I think we score quite well on that front. Credibility, meaning that the new committee system should assist good decision making and involve proper and early scrutiny. A good example of this was the public consultation over the budget proposals. Though a little rushed, it was effective in providing council officers and members with essential feedback to help form and inform their views. Transparency. Although there has been a higher level of transparency than under the old system, it could be argued that with an improved timeline for the budget process, the public could have been enabled to see the various groups' budget proposals and amendments at an appropriate stage and make a useful input. I should also make a plea for plain English, as terms such as zero-based budgeting exercise don't convey a clear meaning without a footnote to explain them. Collaboration. The principle that decision-making should be based on political groups working together and being less combative has been well demonstrated with all the political groups, as has been mentioned by many councillors speaking before me, working together cooperatively, contributing to discussions and helping to determine the final budget proposals to be discussed and voted on tonight. It is pleasing that there was a high degree of consensus on many issues in the early stages of the budget setting process. I should also echo Councillor Cleary's and other councillors' recognition of the hard work that council workers have provided in general and in supplying the information required by our group to arrive at our budget proposals. No doubt, as they already have done, other members would wish to join us in this acknowledgement. Timeliness. On the whole, I feel to date most decisions have been made on the various committees in a timely manner, though members may feel there have been some exceptions and inevitably won't always have agreed with every decision taken. In regard to the current budget process, however, there is clearly room for improvement if we are to allow for greater public input and scrutiny in future. and not feel like we're having to rush through the latter stages. My second main point is to have a moan at MHCLG, and having just made a plea for plain English, that's the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government, who didn't help our budget process by leaving the decision to allow Wirral Borough Council to capitalise or borrow to cover our debt, our huge debt, till almost the last moment. I, like many colleagues on the council, was dismayed at the size of the budget deficit. It's important to recognise that Wirral Borough Council is one of the most seriously indebted authorities in the country, and that we will have to be creative and resourceful in tackling this going into the next municipal year. I'm particularly concerned by the repeated references to EVRs, early voluntary redundancies. This will inevitably lead to a high proportion of experienced and highly qualified and high quality staff leaving the authority, and yet another reduction in the council's workforce. This death by 1,000 cuts isn't sustainable. And what message does this send out to the community at large? We need to make working for local government, our local authority or council, call it what you will, desirable and prestigious. Most council workers are also Wirral residents and, as stressed in our amendment, deserve to be valued and not regarded as dispensable. The Local Government Association, which represents all political groups, is constantly making the case for sustainable funding for councils and greater local autonomy. This must include the ability to raise funds locally if central funding is inadequate. Otherwise, our hands are tied by being dependent on ever-decreasing grant settlements from central government, and also being bound by rules restricting local initiative. If we can manage a project, a very worthy project, such as the North West Mutual Bank, in cooperation with Liverpool and Preston councils, to help lower income residents out of poverty and support small and medium-sized businesses, we certainly have the capacity to set up community investment bonds. These have been used by other councils to great effect and are quite commonplace in other countries. They would enable us to reduce debt and raise substantial sums of money to finance specific projects and ultimately reduce the financial pressure on core council services. Thousands of people have been severely affected by the COVID crisis financially. However, there is still a lot of wealth and goodwill in the borough, and if provided with an appropriate channel and mechanism, many more fortunate residents will be only too willing to invest in their local community to grow and support services at this testing time for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. I'm just conscious of the time. I was going to move on to Councillor McLaughlin as group leader for the independent group.
Mr. Mayor, if it helps, I won't be taking the 15 minutes that's been allocated to me.
That would be so. Councillor McLaughlin, if you wish to speak now to the debate, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, can I start tonight by paying tribute to Bishop Keith Sinclair, who's retiring this week as Bishop of Birkenhead. He's played a very active part in the life of this borough during his time here and came to understand the issues that separate the west and the east of the borough very well and worked for a more equal society. On a personal level, he stepped in on a number of occasions as my chaplain when I was the mayor. And during that was the time again when there was no one party in overall control. But that resulted in meetings which were toxic and where cooperation across the parties was non-existent. And actually his warmth and support meant a great deal to me when going in to chair some of those full council meetings. So I'm sure we all wish him well. Mr. Mayor, as the independent members are not pushing forward an amendment, I won't be taking the 15 minutes allocated, but I would like to comment on the budget process as a whole and explain what the independent members were looking for in giving their support. But first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Herculean task the Chief Executive and his officers at all levels have had in this last extraordinary year in dealing with the completely unforeseen impact of the pandemic alongside an already challenging budget situation. So, though to say thank you is inadequate, it still should be said. I'd hoped today to be able to recognise how this council and its members have been able to work together over the last 2 years, and particularly in this last year, to set aside gesture politics and grandstanding to work for the common good. how the fact that there is no one party with overall control has actually led to improved communication and cooperation between the parties, and that's improved decision making, with the recognition that compromise is very far from being a sign of weakness, but is in fact a sign of maturity. I do think the introduction of the committee system has achieved what it was intended to do and has involved more members in the decisions of council, and therefore they're better decisions. That's been particularly clear throughout this whole process, bringing us to this point tonight, with the work the committees have done through their workshops, looking closely at the different options for savings, balancing those against available resources, looking forward to the future requirements of the council, and considering the outcome of the consultations. The Labour budget is, I believe, a product of that detailed work and is a responsible proposal to protect those services most important to residents while laying the groundwork for future years. I was initially disappointed that Labour didn't address the needs of the youth service in a way which provides for a more equal allocation to those providers that work across the borough, which was in fact the approach youth provision the Children's Committee favoured. And I'm pleased now to see that the Liberal Democrat amendment has now been incorporated into their proposal. And the Liberal Democrats make a very valid point too about the level of consultation needed around the plans for maintenance and grass cutting of green spaces. So I hope that Labour will consider that in their plans as well. But Labour has protected those assets which are so important to the borough, such as the Williamson Art Gallery, Europa pools and golf facilities, and rejected as damaging the suggestion such as the 3-weekly green bin collection. And their budget does that in a way that is properly balanced with the available resources. I believe Labour have been thoughtful in their approach to accepting the ideas of other groups, which is appreciated, and we will be supporting the Labour budget. I was disappointed, though, really, to see the Conservative amendment, which I think is less than realistic. I hope it doesn't signify a return to the darker days of this council, but it does lead a little bit like a proposal from 10 years ago, which has been put forward with the full knowledge that it has very little chance of being accepted and tested out. Of course, we would all like to spend money in the way that they say they would and fund the things they've listed. In another world, in another time, we would have done. But we're not living in another world in another time. We're in the here and now. And saying that they'll be funded in the way the Conservative groups speculate, while in theory may be achievable, in practice will almost certainly not in the time frame needed, and with the ongoing uncertainty of the pandemic, and will therefore leave problems for the borough to be dealt with further down the road. It's simply not a responsible plan and not in the best long-term interests of the borough, and therefore it's not something we could support. So in giving support to Labour, which is drawn on the plans of the other parties, I think we will have a budget which serves the needs of the borough in the best way going forward. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLaughlin, for that. OK, before we move on to any other speakers, I now intend to have a 10-minute break. Could I ask people, to try and come back after 10 minutes, if you can, please? So if you want to have a cup of coffee or tea or whatever else you want to do, can you take that break now? Thank you. Okay, right, we're starting now. We're moving on to any other speakers now, and speakers will have up to 3 minutes to address the council, okay? And please use the chat box, will you, if you wish to, or indicate you want to speak, okay? Right, I'm going to have to get the names down. Okay, let me just take a few down. If someone can help me with this. Right, okay, I've got to, right, oh, right. Oh, right. Right, okay, we've got councillors Gray, Norbury, Kelly and Spriggs. I'll start with Councillor Gray, please. Liz Gray, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is our greenest budget yet, and it's the first in the new committee system. And I think it's safe to say that the process was very difficult and it will need to be improved. But I think the results, especially given the circumstances, is exceptional and the one that we can all be proud of. I think the cruel austerity cuts to our funding and a COVID pandemic have constrained what we can offer our residents, but we're still going to provide the services we all need. How much longer we can continue to do that while this government bleeds local authorities dry, we cannot say. But the Labour leaders of this council worked literally day and night, and they've achieved something really special for our residents. And with cross-party help and support, I think they've got the best possible options for next year. This is definitely our greenest budget ever. We've declared an environment and climate emergency, and this budget shows that we mean business. This is not greenwash, nor is it the unimaginative reaction to economic constraints. Our commitments to active travel, road safety, cleaner environments, tree planting, natural regeneration, they continue to make huge progress. With the rewilding proposals in this budget and our planting for pollinators, this is a climate-friendly and wildlife-friendly budget to protect us all. I commend the work that has gone into this. I commend the spirit in which that work was done, and I commend this Labour budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for keeping within the time, Councillor Gray. Thank you. Can we move on to Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say a few words about the situation with Europa Pool. It is welcome that P&R are recommending that the main competition pool is to remain open, but I just want to think about the fun pool side for a moment. I had been asking during the consultation period what the cost would be of just opening the fun pool during the summer. My own observation is that there's huge demand for the fun pool during the school holidays. It was possible that the fun pool could well be profitable, or at least break even during this peak season, and that this seasonal profitability is actually lost in year-round figures where perhaps demand is not so high in other parts of the year. Finance officers responded to inquiries and told us leisure officers believe it is possible that the pool could produce a surplus if it opened for 12 weeks in the summer period. We met with leisure officers who clarified that they were actually looking at a 6 rather than 12-week period and had modelled some scenarios, including half capacity, depending on where we are at the end of July. All the scenarios showed a surplus. What a thing for youngsters to look forward to for the summer holidays after months of homeschooling and being unable to get out. All of this, of course, is dependent on where we are on where we're up to with vaccinations and the pandemic. P&R made its recommendations before the roadmap was revealed by the government. Step 4 of the government's roadmap is the effective ending of legal restrictions, the reopening of nightclubs, full crowds allowed at large events. And the date set for Step 4 is the 21st of June. There's plenty of opportunities for things to go wrong again. It's clear now, obviously, that the government reopened from the first lockdown too early, and the government was too slow in instigating the current one. I don't underestimate, Mr. Mayor, the government's ability to muck it all up again. But we are in a significantly different place now than when the first lockdown was lifted, given the fabulous progress the NHS is making with the vaccination programme. If the roadmap dates are reached without slippage, we could well be back to near normality or the new normal by June. The school summer holidays begin on the 19th of July. We still have 4 or 5 weeks in hand from stage 4 to the school holidays to get the fun pool ready and available for kids to enjoy. It's no mystery I wanted a clear commitment to this in the budget, and I welcome its inclusion as a target in both our amendment and in the subsequent revised Labour proposal. And I'd also asked Councillor Tom Anderson, as chair of the Leisure Committee, and the other committee members and spokespeople to monitor this.
15 seconds. Okay, thank you,
Mr. Mayor. And if circumstances allow, let's get the fun pool back open for the summer holidays. And let's do all we can to give our kids a summer to look forward to. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Povell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to support the Conservative amendment. I am absolutely delighted that the Labour group have withdrawn their plans to reduce our green bin collections from 3 weekly to back to 2 weekly. During the summer, as most of you will know, there are always complaints from residents about maggots in the bin, and I'm sure we will still get them, but not as difficult as it could have been had it gone to 3 weeks. I'm also delighted that common sense has prevailed in relation to the Williamson. On what planet was it ever a viable suggestion to close it? What's more, we are proposing that the current staffing levels are maintained. We do not want the valuable asset that Williamson is withering by default. I'm delighted also that the golf clubs on Wirral have escaped the Labour plans for their demise. They are an important asset to Wirral, which will prove to be even more important as we emerge from this pandemic. Exercise is essential for promoting good mental health, and our golf clubs will be at the forefront of providing this. I would also like the other positive suggestions that our group put forward to be adopted. We have all lived through this terrible pandemic, and we are asking Wirral taxpayers to pay more. So why not give them that extra value for their money? It really is time to be. Is it really time to be making charges for the extra charges for the crematorium and cemeteries? I would have thought at this time this was particularly insensitive thing to do. I also think that taking away grass cutting services is not what Wirral residents want. Certainly, I had a great many calls last year complaining about the abandonment of grass cutting. We all know that this was the exceptional circumstances of staff being diverted to help with COVID issues, but let's not turn exceptional circumstances into normal practice. I also feel that our proposal to boost the youth services around the Wirral, rather than just piling them all into Birkenhead, is more reasonable. A lot of our young people have suffered greatly because of this pandemic, and we should be providing assistance across the whole of Wirral. Turning to the plan to obliterate ward members' community allowances, this is a very short-sighted measure. I'm sure there isn't a councillor here who has not been able to benefit their local communities in some way with this allowance, whether it has helped with the provision of Christmas lights, provided park benches, contributed to supporting mental health projects for young people, or paid for the installation of defibrillators. The list is endless. You all know what you have been able to do with this allowance, and it has been to support your local communities. It all comes back to the same thing.
Councillor Povell, 15 seconds left.
Okay, it all comes back to giving council taxpayers more bang for their buck. The proposals our group are making are all fully costed and will not in any require residents to pay any more. Maintaining the current level of service they enjoy, after all, they expect to pay more, so at least let the services they already have stand still rather than nibbling away at them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Can we move on to Councillor Nolan, please? Yvonne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I want to speak, obviously, to commend the Labour budget, which I think is a budget of which we can all be proud. It's a budget that protects our services and it protects our jobs. And it's a budget that's been reached after much negotiation and much hard work, and one that all of us can be very grateful for, I think. Certainly in my role in the Adult Social Care and Health Committee, I can only pay the most heartfelt tribute to the work that's been done by all of our staff in respect of COVID during this year. Particularly our amazing public health and adult social care teams who have worked tirelessly around our testing, our track and trace systems, our public health information services. All of this has been done. Our adult social care staff who have worked to support staff in care homes, to support our domiciliary care staff, and to manage to move people out of hospital into care homes during the periods when we were very, very close to the maximum occupation in hospital, and the situation was very, very serious. I'm glad to say that it's now improved very significantly. My concern is that we recognise that and that people value the fact that this has reduced, our infection rate has reduced, and that going forward, people will remember that and remember where we were and not just go back to highly risky behaviours, not go back to gathering in large groups, but to remember to maintain the precautions that we've had to put in place over this last year, which has been the most extraordinary year, and so many previous speakers have said exactly that. What it has shown is the inequalities, and the people that have been hit the hardest by the pandemic are those who have the least, as always, and those whose lives are more deprived than others. This budget, and certainly all of us, all Labour councillors, and hopefully others, but certainly all Labour councillors, will be working relentlessly to try to reduce those inequalities that we see across the borough. And they have been thrown absolutely into sharp relief. I agree with other comments about funding for adult social care. Over
15 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. Over a period of many years, we have fought to get a decent funding. But I would just say that this is a Labour budget with Labour values, and we can be proud, and we will provide hope that people can live in Wirral, make Wirral a place where people can live safe, happy and healthy lives.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Andrew Hodson. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by paying tribute to all the hard-working health workers who throughout this pandemic have worked to safeguard and save people's lives with our community. At the beginning of the year, most of you know I was hospitalised with COVID, and I saw with first-hand experience the efforts that they all put in. So I personally would like to say thank you. With regards to the budget, 3 minutes is not enough to express your thoughts, but here goes. There's been an ever-moving feast with Labour changing the content of their budget, especially when they saw the Conservative amendment. And they have changed and inserted some of the Conservative proposals to improve and enhance their own at the last minute. So I can't understand where Moira's coming from, praising Labour and criticising Conservative. It's one of the same thing, I would think. What I can't understand also is when cribbing our ideas is why they've still agreed to increase the charges for crematoriums, something I believe in this very difficult times is a cruel increase. It's good though that although being trimmed, we're retaining the community support money, as it does much good and makes a big difference in all our wards in many little ways. And we do also welcome the fact that's been mentioned that the Williamson Art Gallery, Europa pools to be saved, and we're keeping the bin collections and school crossings they are. I'm pleased that we've been listened to. It's also pleased to see money for the youth, which can be spread evenly around our wards, which will mean an improvement and expansion in our satellite youth services. We have, and no doubt will continue to hear through this meeting, the Labour group complaining about austerity. Well, my belief, austerity is something which can also be labelled as balancing the books, especially after the last Labour's government left us in such a terrible financial mess. Something like this council, whereby Labour cabinets have run the finances into the ground with the mismanagement and frivolous spending on vanity projects, which nobody wanted, to name one such as the Wirral View. Thank goodness this Conservative government has shown prudence in balancing the books. Without them, we'd be in more of a mess. Let's not forget what Wirral has received direct in payments from the government: 83 million to Arrow Park Hospital to pay off its debt, 200 million for the COVID support fund, the furlough scheme, the grants to small businesses. In all, 500 million this year to Wirral for support from the government, £500 million. And let's not forget the £20 uplift in the universal credit. Thank God our government balanced the books. Again, this council has ran down the finance of Wirral and have needed a bailout of 24 million capitalisation fund, something this government has stepped up to the plate and provided Wirral with. But we would continue to be told we are financially in trouble because of austerity. It's down to mismanagement and spending more than we receive in. Thank goodness we've returned to the committee system. It will mean a return to
Councillor Hobson, 15 seconds.
Okay, and a greater return to an engagement and involvement to all our Wirral councillors. The government has managed all the funding. They've not only just done Wirral, but all through the country by balancing the books. And it means we can also start balancing the books by starting the process. I'm finishing now, rebuilding our reserves and balances. Okay. I support the Conservative amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Steve Faggs. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I also want to pay tribute to everyone who's worked so hard during the COVID crisis. I just want to pay a short tribute to my fellow Labour members on the Transport Committee, to the City Region and the Metro Mayor, aka Mersey Travel. As you know, Mr. Mayor, we managed to set a budget this year that froze the levy, and that netted the council somewhere in the region of £468,000, which was used to bolster some of the services back here on the Wirral. So pay tribute to the Labour members, and it was the Labour members who moved that budget forward to the City Region for approval. We also managed to freeze the tunnel tolls at the fast tag price of £1, which I think will help economic recovery in coming months. But Mr. Mayor, all parties are suggesting a 4.99% rise in council tax, 3% of which is effectively a tax on social care, which we have no choice about. And as Keir Starmer says, we really have no other choice about the other 2.99%. This is forced on us by government through underfunding. So much underfunding to a point we've had to borrow money. And if I'd like to make an analogy, take me back to my younger days as a kid in my council house in Upper Brassey Street. We knew we were hard up in our house because my mum would send us round, putting our hands down the settee, getting any spare coins that were around. We knew we were really hard up when we had to turn the settee upside down and shake it. My view of the Conservative amendment is that you take a hammer to the settee and you damage it irreparably, so you actually destroy the things you're sitting on rather than saving any money. This is a Labour budget, and let's remind the public, when this came to P&R, the bedrock, the foundation, the walls and the roof of this budget were Labour, and were voted against. All the key initiatives that were looked at by the Labour group were voted against. And thankfully, the common sense of the independent member to abstain. So the foundations of the budget are Labour. We are now putting the furniture in. If we listen to the Tories, we won't have any furniture. So my view is that this Labour amendment is one to be absolutely saluted, celebrated. But for the future, Mr. Mayor, we are at rock bottom. And if COVID makes any more victims than it's already sadly made, and our services and our cherished facilities on new victims, that will be an absolute disgrace. Please, all parties, from day one after this budget is set, go back to government and get adequate funding. Otherwise we will be in serious trouble. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping within the time. Councillor Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, you did name me in the first group, and my name slipped away from that first group. I wonder if I can just raise that with you.
I have, yes, I've got you there, Christine. Yes, I've got you, yeah. Councillor Johnson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak in favour of the Conservative amendment, and obviously we are delighted that many of our ideas have been incorporated into the Labour budget in the recent amendment we received today. Also welcome the collaboration between the parties. That's this year is certainly much better than last year in relation to the budget discussions, which is to be welcomed, and that's good for our communities. However, there's one particular item I'd like to speak to. I'm not going to obviously repeat what my colleagues have said, but the ward member budget specifically, £3,000 per capita across all wards, to my mind, is better than the £1,000 that's recommended currently. What this does, this budget, it links the council officers and councillors to our volunteer groups in our localised communities in a way that would otherwise, I'm suggesting, not be possible. Research has shown that strengthening the volunteering environment really helps the entire widening piece of the society and indeed the societal impact of volunteering groups. And I can speak firsthand from my council ward, as I'm sure you can all as well. If I asked you, you'd all be, I'm sure, giving me many ideas. But we in West Kirby and Thurston, West Kirby and Bloom, for instance, the Christmas lights, Newton Village Hall, wonderful West Kirby business group signage, all these things have really, really benefited our communities. So I recommend specifically the Conservative amendment, and I really think that this further enhances the Labour budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Thank you for keeping it in the time. Now, Councillor Christine Spriggs. Christine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for this. So I'm also very glad to add my voice to my fellow Labour councillors who this evening have commended our Wirral Labour Group budget, which, amongst other announcements, ensures the future of the wonderful Williamson Art Gallery. We have to just also remind those listening from the public that since 2010 we've seen £250 million taken from our budget from this government because of the cruel ideological austerity programme. And even the economists who backed austerity at the start in 2009 are now saying that it was wrong-headed. And, you know, we really do need to remind some of our colleagues here tonight that national debt has doubled in the 5 years since the Tories took over in 2010. It doubled by 2015. I'd also like to pay tribute to all of our Wirral residents and businesses, our council staff, all of the people of Wirral for the way that they have coped during this terrible year. The COVID-19 pandemic means that there could be at least 1.5 million households at risk of problem debt by mid-2021, and that's very worrying indeed. So I think we do have to, it's very important that we bear that in mind and in context as we debate here tonight. But back to what we have still managed to achieve for the people and businesses of Wirral. We can celebrate that our fantastic Williamson Art Gallery is no longer under the threat of closure and remains the jewel in the crown of Wirral's cultural offer. Here's what local resident Sheila had to say. I was so relieved when I heard that the Williamson is going to stay open. It's a great asset for Wirral in general, but particularly for the community. I love visiting the Williamson as there's always something new to discover and so many activities for all ages. Walking into the Williamson is like walking into a treasure trove with the added bonus of enthusiastic and knowledgeable staff there to welcome you. Wirral Labour Group have made a very good and important decision in these difficult financial times. And as our leader Jan mentioned earlier, the Williamsons loved and cherished by artists and makers, the wider arts community and the people of the whole of the Wirral. We're very proud of this place and what it stands for. And not only that, our Labour plans mean that our 4 superb municipal golf courses are going to remain open, that we won't be closing Europa swimming pool or the children's play pool, subject to government advice on reopening that in the midst of the COVID crisis and 11 years of this failed Tory austerity agenda, our Labour-led council is actually going to be increasing its support for all our young people with more financial support for youth services across the whole of the Wirral and including the Hive. And what we've got to do now is set about working hard to secure bright futures for them all, so as to continue to serve the people of Wirral to the very best of our ability. After all, that's what you, the people of Wirral,
15 seconds, Christy,
from your Labour, from your council, and it's what we're here to do on your behalf. Wirral Labour has always stood up for all of these fantastic arts and leisure services, and will continue to do so on behalf of our residents and businesses. I commend this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spriggs. Councillor Alan Bain. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to make any partisan points because I think what tonight has shown is that there's tremendous consensus across the council on all of the key issues. But I would like to raise concerns about one of the budget proposals that has received far too little attention or scrutiny. In the December consultation, members were presented with two options to reduce grass cutting: a reduction of maintenance in parks and some verges, saving 250,000, and a complete cessation of maintenance on a range of what were described as amenity spaces. No details were given because of the rushed nature of the consultation of which spaces were to be abandoned. I acquired that list the day before the consultation ended. It covered over 40 sites across the borough, totaling 99 hectares. In a meeting with officers and the committee chair, it turned out that 3 large sites had been included in the list by mistake: the Dips in New Brighton, Carbridge Road, Woodchurch, and Oxton Fields in my ward. Between them, these 3 sites total 47.45 hectares. That's virtually half the area that was supposed to be consigned to no maintenance. Mr. Mayor, it's obvious that when you remove half the area from this savings option, the proposed saving of 100,000 becomes totally unachievable. Many of the remaining sites are quite substantial, and most members will have 1 or 2 within their own wards. Some of these sites could be transformed by tree planting or the creation of wildflower meadows. But let's not fool ourselves, Mr. Mayor. Such improvements need some investment and some ongoing maintenance. Simply leaving grass uncut and litter uncollected will not produce a wildflower meadow. Now, I support rewilding where it's appropriate, but that requires preparation of the ground, an annual cut after flowers are seeded, the removal of cut grass. None of these will happen with a zero budget. So before emails start arriving from angry residents demanding to know why the grass patch outside their house is an absolute eyesore, I suggest we need to look very carefully at how this is to be implemented. Some areas will be suitable for rewilding, others won't. To consult seriously with local residents, to see if the local community can be involved to help with management, to recognise that before we're too far into the next financial year, officers will be flagging up an overspend in this area. As I said at the committee,
15 seconds.
One man's rewilding is another man's neglect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Right, can we have Councillor Gardner, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Green, Councillor Rennie on the work on the Conservative amendment tonight. I know they've worked really hard on it, but I think it's a credit to them. I'm particularly pleased to see the Williamson say within our amendment. And I take Councillor McLaughlin's comments that it's ambitious. Well, of course it's ambitious. We should be ambitious. Along with ambition, we should insist on competence, and that's really the issue. But I think of the point she's making. Particularly pleased with the £100,000 back in the environment budget. And it chimes in with Councillor Gilchrist, and I quite agree with him. Countryside on our doorstep has to be utilised and made available. And people must have their say on this. And Councillor Williamson also mentioned amenities several times in her budget. With that in mind, I'd like to be invited down to Hoylake and to see the 50 acres of lost amenity we have in Hoylake at the minute under her tenure. Councillor Cleary mentioned the underspend in the budget. And of course, we're putting that back. And that's underspent on this year, so there should be plenty of money in the environment budget to do full consultations and full investigations, none of which has happened at Hoylake, I have to add. And Councillor Cleary mentioned the underspend, and he also said that there was a rejection of scientific evidence. A key point, Mr. Mayor, we haven't had any scientific evidence commissioned by the council on Hoylake Beach. So, summing it up, I think the Conservative amendment is a great addition to the great contribution to the budget proposals this year, and I heartily recommend it to all members.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you see me?
No.
Turn your mic off. There we go. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're having technical problems at this end.
Okay,
Could I come in later, please? Thank
I'll
you.
move on to someone else.
Could
Okay,
I come in later because of technical problems? Thank you.
okay, I'll move on. I'll move on to someone else.
I don't know. Press something.
Okay, can I have Councillor Cathy Hodson, please? Cathy, muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remind councillors that it was Liam Byrne, who was the outgoing Labour Chief Secretary to the Treasury, that left a note to the incoming administration that the cupboard was bare, just so we get into some context. I'm especially pleased as Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee that we've included putting £588,000 back into reserves and taking steps to address the unsustainable position the council has found itself in over the last 5 years with the Labour-led administration, plundering reserves to balance its subsequent budgets. Grant Thornton, the external auditors, have advised that the use of reserves is significant, not sustainable, and that the council needs to take urgent action to reduce its reliance on reserves in setting a balanced budget. The Labour Party have consistently used the word austerity when referring to the Conservatives' approach to finances. We call it sound fiscal management. It's no coincidence that this Conservative government has been able to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic with financial support to the residents of the Wirral to the tune of £500 million, encompassing numerous support packages. It is precisely because our ethos is to be fiscally prudent and fix the roof when the sun is shining, unlike a Labour administration who wait for the roof to collapse and then realise they've squandered the roof repair money as well as raiding the kids' piggy bank to spend it instead on vanity projects such as Wirral View newspaper at a cost of £24,000 a year, £5 million on consultants over the last 3 years and £28.9 million on expenditure without adequate financial controls in place. Now the council finds itself requesting exceptional financial support from the Conservative government in the form of a capitalisation request for an amount of £24 million over the next 2 years. The external auditors have also indicated that the council needs to take action to reduce its expenditure and ensure that it is not reliant on the use of reserves or any further capitalisation directive. The days of squandering other people's money are over. The chickens have come home to roost. And in the words of Mr Micawber, which come to mind, annual income £20, annual expenditure £19, 19 and sixpence, result happiness. Annual income £20, annual expenditure £20 and sixpence, result misery. A sober reminder when setting the council's future budgets. I therefore support the Conservative amendment. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it into time. Right. Councillor Brian Kenny. Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. The Tory government has been responsible for many savage and cruel austerity cuts. And yes, I will use the word austerity over the last 10 years or so. The two Councillor Hodgsons who've spoken have given us their definitions of austerity. One is that it's sound fiscal management and the other that it's balancing the books. Well, as far as I'm concerned, Mr Mayor, the Labour Party will never balance the books on the backs of the vulnerable and the poor and the disabled, which has happened over the last 10 years. So what we need to do is to reverse these cuts and obtain a commitment for the future for fair funding for local government. There is an urgent need to develop a progressive funding system that spreads the burden fairly and ensures that those most in need receive the services that they are entitled to. Basically, the Tory government are using local councillors, including Wirral councillors and others up and down the country, as a human shield for their cuts, hoping that residents will heap the blame on their own local council. Well, Mr Mayor, Wirral residents should not be fooled. The Wirral Labour Group's priority is always to protect vital services on behalf of the community. So we will continue to deliver on our priorities, such as protecting vulnerable people, growing our economy and improving the environment. Recently, the Wirral Globe reported a sigh of relief when the Labour group budget was recently put forward. The Liverpool Echo stated that the new budget would rescue Wirral services. In fact, Mr Mayor, the budget situation is even better now than when those headlines were produced a couple of weeks ago. But sadly, the Conservatives locally refuse to acknowledge the damage done to local services by the policies of their own government. But the Labour group will continue to consult all residents, so we have the views of residents before decisions are made. We'll consult and we'll listen to their views, as we have recently, and make changes that will benefit both the physical and mental health of all our residents. Now, I note that the Alliance of Wirral Municipal Golf Clubs, along with so many residents and users of our council-run golf courses, have recently warmly welcomed the budget proposal submitted by the Labour group. We'll continue to protect our invaluable council workforce with fair paying conditions and working with our trade unions to make sure every council worker is protected and valued. And I'm particularly delighted, Mr Mayor, that we are retaining the real living wage introduced by a Labour administration. Mr Mayor, the Labour group are proposing a budget which is balanced, sustainable and legal. Other people have commented on the specifics, but it's on that basis that I urge this council to approve the Labour group budget tonight. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And can I just say, I have got the names of everyone who's put their hands up, so I'm trying to get through everyone. Okay, thank you for that. Right, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to, and we're absolutely delighted that the Labour group have included many amendments that we've put forward, in our proposals. That's what I would like to say first of all. But as we come through the pandemic, we're also wholeheartedly thankful for the hard work and commitment of all council staff, health workers staff and volunteers, to name but a few, who've supported and continue to support the people of this borough, who've gone through a horrendously difficult time, and who indeed expect the council to build back better. And we feel that I amend this Conservative group amendment that invests in young people and the environment and indeed begins this process of building back. But I'd like to look specifically at the investment in the environment and the point about highlighting in the building back process of retaining grass cutting, which has been raised by various members tonight. Grass cutting, verges, amenity spaces, and always the need to engage with the public so that the needs and wishes of the public are always robustly considered in terms of this service. There will be probably a need to review working teams and indeed processes, and if necessary, restructuring may be needed. I also wish to point out the planting for pollinators policy that we put forward and the development of allotments. All these activities should be in a framework of consultation with the public and ward councillors from the start, so that people engage with the projects, so that the process is open and inclusive. I'd sincerely recommend the amendment, the Conservative amendment to this council, and I'd like to include a recommendation to do with the carbon zero impact. Make sure that it's introduced as a new criteria for awarding future contracts. The committee note that in the current mechanism for awarding contracts includes criteria for quality, price and social value. So no account is taken for carbon net zero impact. I recommend this amendment to the council. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And can we move on to Councillor Whittingham, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I just want to associate myself with the words of tribute to our frontline staff and those dealing with the pandemic, all those hit by COVID. And I think as a council should be saying a big thank you to our residents for following the rules and keeping everyone safe. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to start by saying something I thought I never thought I would hear myself say, by paying tribute to Councillor Ian Lewis for showing the leadership and courage needed to keep unacceptable language and behaviour from our political discourse. The fact that Councillor Lewis is no longer the leader of the Conservative group says more about the modern Conservative Party than it does about Councillor Lewis. Let's hope Councillor Green shows similar leadership when needed. I must also congratulate Councillor Green on becoming the leader of the Conservative group, perhaps a case of out with the old and in with the older. Also, I wonder, has there been another recruit to the Wirral Conservative group? Their amendment certainly reads like it was written by David Brent, all management speak and no substance. What is missing, however, Mr. Mayor, is an apology or even mention of austerity and the devastating effects on this council, other public services, our communities, the disabled and the vulnerable. When casting our vote later, we should remember the record of the Conservative group under Councillor Green's leadership. Who can forget council tax rebates paid to people who don't pay council tax? The borrowing to pay for redundancies, the resulting redundancy programme so badly handled and targeted that we had to recruit staff to replace those let go so services could be delivered. And to top it all, in 2011, the outgoing Conservative administration, led by Councillor Green, left a £17 million overspend, so much for fiscal prudence. In all my time on the council, I have never considered a non-austerity budget. I welcome the Labour budget this year has protected those services that matter most to ordinary people. Europa, the Williamson, school crossing patrols, our wonderful municipal golf courses. The Labour group has always put social justice and ordinary people first. The question has to be asked, however, how long and how much more can be taken from this council's budget? I would ask, probably in vain, that Councillor Green steps up to the plate and joins our demand for an end to austerity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Whitman. Thanks for staying within the time. Councillor Gray, I think you've got a point of order. Could you? You've already spoken, but what are you trying to raise?
It's referring to Councillor Braham's misleading reference, I believe, to, or mistaken reference to our rewilding pledges, and also to Councillor Wright's mistaken reference to the Climate Action Plan. So I just wanted to clarify those, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. Can I clarify them both? Just clarify the mistakes so that they're not
Mr.
on record.
Mr. Mayor, can I raise a point of order?
Yeah, okay.
I don't think there's a right of reply in a debate.
No, I don't think there is in here. I'm just checking with the officers on this. No, I don't think there is.
So the mistakes just stay.
Can I just get some guidance on this? Just one moment.
Points of order about rules that are broken, Mr. Mayor, or personal explanation when someone's had something said about them personally. If someone says something in the debate that's mistaken, then that's what the right of reply is for at the end of the debate. And of course, Councillors Leach and Williamson have some 12 minutes to pick up those points.
Okay, thank you. So that's no. Okay,
we'll leave that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Can we move on to Councillor Burgess-Gies? David.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I will keep this extremely well within the 3 minutes. First of all, I hadn't intended to speak. My colleagues will probably know this, but I have to say, having listened to some of the things, I really do have to make some comment. I mean, first of all, I probably need to give some credit to Councillor Williamson. Leadership is a very lonely place, and obviously during this pandemic and these rather odd times, I give her some credit for obviously staying stalwart. I think my concern, however, because it's never all good news, Mr. Mayor, is that She mentions about going back to 2010 when there was austerity brought in. Well, in fairness, that was, as Councillor Hodgson said, the issue around there being no money left in the coffers when the coalition came on board. And it sounds like we're going down the same route in Wirral Council with residents' money. Councillor Nolan talks about inequality on the Wirral. Well, hang on, you've been in power for a decade. What exactly have you done in that decade to level up the inequality within the Wirral? I mean, quite frankly, you know, we've got a leader here who has to take responsibility for a lot of the mess that we now find ourselves in with the budget. And before that, she was the cabinet member for finance. So quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, it is ridiculous to listen to people talking about how bad this government is when most of the problems on the Wirral are caused by people on the Wirral in the Labour Party. So I actually thought that I may have come on this evening and possibly heard some resignation speeches. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
OK, thank you. Right, Councillor Julie McManus. Councillor McManus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted that the Labour group have put forward this balanced budget. And it should be noted that this has been achieved during, as some of my colleagues said, such a difficult time as a result of the pandemic. Even more amazingly, that this has been achieved after more than 10 years of Tory austerity and savage cuts. And I don't mix my words up there, which has had a dramatic impact on the ward I represent of Bits and St James. Families in Bits and St James will, I'm sure, be relieved to know that the Europa pools will now remain open during the summer school holidays. And this is an important decision at a time when it's very unlikely that many families will get away for a summer holiday this year. I'm also pleased that golf courses have been saved under this Labour-controlled council. And as a former cabinet member myself, having spent time with club secretaries and members on Wirral's golf courses, we know that they're the envy of other parts of the UK. So I'm really pleased that municipal golf courses will remain under council ownership, and our leaders pledge to work with clubs to help them to ensure long-term sustainability. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to pay my tribute to all key workers who've got us through this pandemic, and for residents who've done what they needed to do to get through to the other side. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it in the time. Councillor Ian Lewis. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is the speaker working okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I firstly congratulate Councillor Williamson on presenting her first budget. I think it's no coincidence, Mr. Mayor, that famous saying about local government finance, that only 3 people have ever really understood it, one of which is dead, one of whom's gone mad, and then we have the leader of the council. I think, Mr. Mayor, from what we've seen tonight, is that a lot of the parties, well, all the parties agree on most of what's been proposed, and it's only the devil is in the detail with some of it. I think as well, Mr. Mayor, it would be fair to say that it has been, during the 3 months while I was leader of the Conservative group and that Councillor Williamson was leader of the council, that we worked together. It was a surprising pleasure to work with her and to listen to how reasonable she was in dealing with some of the issues that we brought to those meetings. I'd also like to thank Councillors Brame and Councillors Kelly for raising the issue of the grass cutting. This is one of the issues that if we don't get it right, it will fill our inboxes during the summer, certainly for those of us who are re-elected in May. And I would ask the leader of the council, if time permits, if she could specifically address that point in her remarks at the end of this debate and ensure that debate and the issues raised are considered fully with the members concerned and with the senior officers of the relevant department. I think, Mr. Mayor, some of the other comments we've heard reaffirms my view as I'm getting old and a bit sort of probably past it, but certainly in terms of what we hear in these debates, an awful lot of councillors have a lot to say, the ones who really you want to listen to are the ones who also have a lot to do and make a difference in their communities. And they're the ones, irrespective of party, whose views I think take precedence tonight. So I think, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of myself and myself alone, I welcome the debate tonight, and I look forward to the reassurance from the Leader of the Council on the specific point of grass cutting, and also on the point that Councillor McManus raised on us starting finally to work with the 4 municipal golf courses in the borough to liaise with them and consult with them and listen to them and to take the decisions that are necessary. And one final point, I think many of us may have received the email today from Wirral Evolutions, who clearly are not happy with the budget process almost from the day that it started. And so I would ask again if Councillor Williamson, if time is permitting, if Councillor Williamson could address those concerns in her remarks as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Can we move on? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a few points and remind people the way the process works now that the council has changed from the cabinet system to committee. Committee is now running away. The P&R is the major committee. As the largest group, Labour have to set the budget proposals forward. I'm delighted to say that we've worked collectively through all parties to make sure that the figure that came out at P&R is agreed by everybody. All political parties have agreed to it. It's just a matter of the way things evolve from that. I'm taking umbrage with the Conservatives in greening and looking after the wild pollinators when their government has just had a special meeting to reverse one of the major polluters that we have in nicotinoid chemical sprays, which is now being allowed again to be used by farmers in this country, which was banned only a few years back. So I think that speaks volumes on their true views. I'll just say the way Cabinet worked previously, people realised it was a failed process. We had major problems and it did create financial difficulties for the council. I'm glad now that we have a new system, people are working together for the benefit of the whole of our communities. One of the 3 things that the Liberal Democrats really pushed the leadership for was the grass cutting, which I'm sure we'll hear a lot more back from other members who wish to speak on that. It was also the funding for youth outreach workers and the outer hubs for the young people in our communities. These are the ones who have been hit the hardest by this pandemic situation that we've had throughout the country. I would like at that point to congratulate and thank all the members of our staff who've worked stalwartly to help our communities, and also to the NHS for the valuable work that they've done. Like yourself, Mr. Mayor, I had my injection the other week as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This pandemic and the responsibility to get us out of this situation that we are all finding ourselves in has not fallen evenly on the shoulders of our residents, and extraordinary changes, not in the positive sense, have occurred to some of our residents' lives. We've had lost loved ones, families apart, personal battles with physical and mental health, and job losses that have put many individuals and families in a precarious position at the worst time. And we have had immense dedication, but also pressure on our key workers to keep going without rest. There was a quiet resolve in March of last year to get this right, but all of those people have been let down by their government. They have been let down by their government. The party opposite talks about fiscal responsibility. We've had £250 million taken from our budget which could have been used for services for local people. £250 million of taxpayers' money on Wirral spent elsewhere. Meanwhile, the government spends £1 billion on contracts without even tendering them. This kind of rhetoric. It will sound delusional to the people outside. These people deserve a world and services and places that they love to still exist and thrive as we come out of the pandemic and as they've sacrificed so much disproportionately for us all. What a tragedy it would be if those who went through the biggest tragedy and those who experienced disproportionately the biggest disruption of life since the Second World War, they found that their services had gone and that the places that they love no longer existed. This bleak picture that I'm painting has been made far more difficult to avoid by the government. And what we have tried to do, despite opposition, is to do the right thing throughout the whole pandemic. 20,000 food hampers, despite the fact that this government has tried on multiple occasions to withdraw support from people who are entitled to food vouchers. This budget is a Labour budget. It has no closures, no compulsory redundancies. We're protecting services like Europa Pool, the Williamson Art Gallery and our golf courses, the real living wage for care workers, funding for youth services to support our young people in the aftermath, and protecting social services for the most vulnerable who have been disproportionately affected. The parties opposite have had a chance to vote for this already and turned it down. Don't do it again tonight. Support the Labour budget. It's what our residents deserve.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Councillor Anderson, next one.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to put on record my thanks to all those who participated in the consultation, those community and user groups, especially relating to the Tourism, Culture and Communities and Leisure Committee. I think there's been a lot of virtue signalling and people on the soapbox tonight, unfortunately. First of all, I would like to give credit where it's due, and that's to all the leaders, but to Councillor Williamson in particular, who I know has worked hard in coming up with the budget. And let's remember tonight that these amendments, every party's amendment, isn't an alternative budget. It's simply an amendment to the original Labour budget that I support in most of it. You know, the Europa Pools, the Williamson Art Gallery, our Golf and Leisures, who could not support that? What our amendment seeks to do tonight, as does the other parties, is just to enhance that, to make it better for the lives of our Wirral residents. So, you know, we can't then start criticising the government for giving no money when we've had over £500 million spent in Wirral to help support us through this COVID crisis, a recapitalisation of £24 million to help put the council balance its books. Credit needs to be due there as well. And also, you know, to remind members tonight that this budget is the only start of this. We do now have our committee system and how we will allocate these budgets within those committees, how we can help support and enhance those services, such as our golf courses, our swimming pools, and our leisure strategy as well. So, Mr. Mayor, I, for one, would like to thank again all leaders in this committee system that's shone a light on transparency on this process, on this budget process. And I would like to recommend the Conservative amendment tonight, but I also support a lot of the other information and amendments that are there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anderson. Right, can I just remind members, could you please stop the exchanges in the chat box, please? That's not what it's for. So please stop the exchanges that are going on in the chat box. Okay. Okay, can we move on back to Councillor Bird, please? Can we connect with Councillor Bird?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow elected councillors. Wirral Council should not be in this situation today. This cruel Conservative government promised local authorities would be fully funded to do whatever it takes to deal with COVID. But Wirral Council has little choice but to take a £10.9 million loan from the government just so that it can provide vital support for our residents in our year of need. This government has plenty of money when it wants to find it. For example, paying £22 billion for a test and trace service that does not work. That's more money than the entire police and fire services put together. The National Audit Office found that Serco's test and trace was reaching too few people too slowly, and contrast that private sector failure with the awesome achievements of our Wirral healthcare workers who have vaccinated over a third of all residents within a couple of months. Another example is this government spending £24 billion extra on military defence contracts over 4 years, as if bullets and bombs are what we most need to fight a deadly virus. And wouldn't we also like to know what else has this government wasted public money on? A judge recently ruled that by hiding contracts from public scrutiny, Health Secretary Matt Hancock had acted unlawfully. In conclusion, I support the Labour budget for Wirral Council, and going forward next year, we need to continuously improve and develop and deliver clear policies that improve the life chances of all our sons and daughters. For instance, firstly, to ensure that all care home residents are safe, we need to bring failing care homes back in-house or convert them to cooperatives. Secondly, to ease overcrowding, we need more council, social and community-led housing. Thirdly, for fair employment and zero carbon standards to be baked into all publicly funded regeneration contracts, creating the green apprenticeships that we all need. And fourthly, Wirral Council is leading by example by paying at least the real living wage for frontline carers. We need to further reduce inequalities within our workforce and in the quality of life outcomes for our residents. It's not difficult. It's just reimagining and reorganising our council and economy as if people come before profit, for the many, not the few. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Right, I tried to get everyone into the debate. If I've missed someone, then I'll come back to it before. Right, Councillor Tony Norbury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I want to support the Labour Party budget, but in particular, I want to support the unique Labour Party proposal to keep Europa pools open, including the fun pool. And I know where this has come from. The Labour Party have listened on the Wirral. The Labour Party have listened to the trade unions and the tremendous workforce at the Europa pool. I know this because I'm a Europa pool service user and have been for years. I've got my Invigorate pass and I know how important it is for people to get health and well-being support. It's not about the cost of something. It's about the value that gives to the residents and the communities. We're redeveloping Birkenhead, regenerating Birkenhead. New communities are going to be moving in there. So we need to invest in council services like the Europa pool. And we're only able to do that if we get support from the central government. If they stop this political idea of austerity, it's not a financial idea. Councillor Bird's just spoken before about the money that's suddenly available, billions of pounds wasted on the private sector, turning public sector money into private sector profits. That needs to stop, and we need to start investing into our public services. Europa Pool is, I've grown up with Europa Pool. I've taken my children to Europa Pool from when they were little toddlers, and I want people to have that journey. I've listened to them screaming with joy when the waves come in. I've seen people who've got kids with disabilities be able to take them to the Europa Pool and give them their first chance of a health and well-being experience, and then be able to move on and use our leisure services throughout Wirral. Very, very precious to us, because for every pound we spend on health and well-being, we get £4 back in value added to the Wirral. So we need not just to be able to maintain these, but invest in them. And we can't do that unless this government stops its political stance of austerity. There's one thing that this pandemic, COVID pandemic, has proved, and that is that we need to create resilient communities to protect our NHS. 20% of our children are in poverty. That's a disgrace, and the Conservatives should hold their head in shame at that. And they're forcing us as a Labour administration to even think about these services and our future maintaining them, because we'll be here next year and the year after if this
15 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be here next year and the year after if this austerity continues. So we need a sustainable government who are going to invest in public services and stop giving profits to their private mates.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think our final speaker, Councillor Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll actually speak about the budget proposal, if I may. This new constitution that we are working in now has allowed the Children, Young People and Education Committee to work together across parties in the recent months. The context of the budget, we examined the consultation with almost 3,000 young people in the summer of 2019, which led to the Care More About Us report. And we thought about the need to rebalance the youth provision. So it's no coincidence, Mr. Mayor, that both Conservative and Lib Dem amendments propose additional funding for youth provision. And now, glad to say that the Labour one does too. Mr. Mayor, the Hive's a fabulous provision. It offers a wide variety of opportunities to young people across Wirral. However, a survey of available youth clubs and activities for young people showed that there are significantly more opportunities in Birkenhead than other localities. So we do believe that the offer of and facilities for young people are very important, and would intend that the £200,000 fund would help to ensure an equitable and coordinated offer to young people across Wirral. Part of that is our own youth services, but also I'd hope to see us work with the Wirral Youth Collective, which was established by the local authority in July 2020, which brings together a wide range of voluntary, community and social enterprise partners that work with young people to help achieve this goal. Mr. Mayor, Wirral's young people told us to care more about them. And to be honest, Mr. Mayor, the pandemic has made this extremely difficult for them. It's a very hard time to be a young teenager, I think. It'll have long impacts for a long-term impacts for many. So much uncertainty, not able to mix freely with friends, worry about exams, worry about university places or jobs and so on. Mr. Mayor, all of this means it's worth investing in services for our young people and listening to them about what and where they should be. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that's contributions from all the people who wanted to, and I think we got in more speakers tonight because everyone sort of stuck to the 3 minutes. So thank you very much for doing that. Okay, we'll now move on to seconders of the motions. Now, Councillor Cook, you've already had your 7 minutes to second the Green Group amendment. So we'll move on to Councillor Karubia, who now has up to 7 minutes to second the Liberal Democrat Group amendments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where do you go from all that? Okay, well, in what's been undoubtedly a truly horrendous year, the likes of which I've not seen in my lifetime, I wish to add my sincere thanks and admiration to all those that have stepped up and behaved so valiantly in this fight against a terrible disease. The blue light services, the NHS, teachers, school staff, carers, residents, and not only our core of brilliant, fantastic volunteers, but also our own council staff and officers who instantly adapted to new roles, new ways of working without question, and who have and still are making Herculean efforts to combat this deadly virus that is continuing to take lives, affecting every single person and family in one form or another. So not long before COVID struck, Council embarked on a different way of governing, which has been mentioned many times. So we moved into a more collaborative, open and transparent committee-based system, which I believe has helped tremendously in enabling this council to deal with these drastic and often traumatic events. The political parties have set aside many of their rivalries, working together to get our communities through this past year, and it's in that spirit that the Liberal Democrats fully engaged in this budget process. So it troubles me somewhat to find that at this time, when we need to be pulling together, working to get Wirral on a firm footing and on a solid path to recovery, that there are still some who are falling into their old ways of political point scoring, playing to the gallery with speeches and offering proposals that in theory and on paper may look achievable, but in practice could be highly detrimental to this council and our Wirral residents going forward. It would also be of great benefit to the budget setting process in the future if the flow of information did not stand or simply fall on the right questions being asked of the right people at the right time. Now, over the next few months, we'll begin our recovery and we'll start to rebuild our lives and our economy. And there is little doubt that there's going to be some tough and unpalatable decisions ahead for this council and our residents. Now, there are on-street things that can be plainly seen by all, but then there are many more things hidden from view, such as rising domestic violence, children's care packages, escalating mental health issues, which has hit adults, youth and young children in alarmingly increasing measures, Mr. Mayor. But continuing to collaborate and work with organisations from all parts of Wirral, we can help undo this additional damage brought about by this horrible virus. Young people have been hit particularly hard. Months cut off from socialising with friends and having contact with peer groups has led to widespread reports of significant impact, both on mental health and on their emotional well-being. So as a spokesperson on the Children's Committee, I do welcome the much needed funding to the wider youth services and the possibility of the reopening of the Europa fund pool at the earliest opportunity, which we have set out in our amendments. This year, much importance has been placed on achieving a budget that reflects our current standing and in giving the council the tools to combat the most pressing issues, enabling us to positively move forward. It is therefore frustrating, to say the least, that despite promises from government, that their offerings simply have not met all our COVID-related costs, which have been considerable. It's also leaving so many families struggling to make ends meet, especially difficult for the many self-employed, those in the tourist trades and the gig economy. The council tax rise, initiating from London, coming with such rules attached that give us little room to manoeuvre, is particularly disappointing. Even combined with a substantial loan from government, this budget cannot meet every need, and so proposed changes must be thoroughly examined and scrutinised, and by seeking where possible the opinions and approval from all our residents along every step of the way. But this budget also needs to satisfy M8CLG that we are serious and committed in our endeavours. So we need to engage in this process realistically and with vigilance, and therefore simply cannot go full steam ahead, throwing caution to the wind if we want to reach our destinations intact. And more importantly, under our own steam, because I, for one, simply do not believe, Mr. Mayor, that it will be a calm sea and plain sailing from the Prime Minister's proposed date of the 21st of June. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby. We'll now move on to Councillor Rennie. You now have up to 7 minutes to second the Conservative Group budget amendments.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, for all that's been said tonight, I'm absolutely delighted to be seconding the Conservative Group budget. As many people have said already, Mr. Mayor, we meet to set our council budget in very strange and difficult times. Excuse me, I am coughing and spluttering, Mr. Mayor, so please don't take that off my time. And as I say, Mr. Mayor, we meet to set our council budget in very strange and difficult times for our local area of Wirral, our country and for the wider world. COVID-19 has changed all our lives, and we're indebted to our senior leadership team of the council and to all our staff, our volunteers, our NHS for the work that they've undertaken to protect us. Thank you to all of those people, because we owe our lives to them, Mr. Mayor. Last year, Mr. Mayor, as you know, we embarked on a new committee system for this council. We all signed up to work together, and despite our political differences, our collective goal was to ensure that our residents received the best of services that we could provide for them. We often will disagree and criticise, and at times we will all strive, but at all times we will strive to make Wirral an even better place for our residents, for the people who work here, and for the people who visit us. And as we travel along the roadmap to recovery, no part of Wirral should be forgotten or left behind, and all our communities will be treated fairly and equally. Mr. Mayor, it's rather a shame then that tonight that we've heard much said tonight by members from other political groups in an attempt to criticise government and to allay blame for their perceived decade of austerity. My colleagues Cathy Hodson and David Burgess-Joyce mentioned Liam Byrne, and I will too, Mr. Mayor. You may find it a bore, all those members of opposite parties to mine, but you once again have to be reminded that it was an outgoing Labour government's Chief Secretary to the Treasury, the famous or infamous Liam Byrne, in 2010, who left his notorious note for the incoming government saying, "I'm afraid there is no money. Kind regards and good luck." The country's finances brought to its knees by Gordon Brown selling off our gold reserves and clearly unfit to govern. Since then, the Conservative-led governments had to pick up the pieces and rebuild our finances and bring the country back to its magnificent position as a world leader. When COVID-19 hit us, government were therefore in a position to respond financially to support our residents, our businesses and our NHS. Could any of us imagine what sort of state the place and the country would have been in if Jeremy Corbyn had been our Prime Minister and John McDonnell our Chancellor? This year, Mr. Mayor, this council's budget of £329 million is £25 million higher than last year's. Add to that the £200 million we've already received from government for COVID support, £84 million to write off our local hospital debt, and a capitalisation directive of £24 million. Nobody should be saying tonight that this is not a generous government. And Mr. Mayor, I'm sure that in the true style of Oliver Twist, when the leader of the council speaks to government once again, as she will, I'm sure, in the next few weeks, and says, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" the answer will be, "Yes, Jeanette, of course you can. You'll get a share of the £5 billion grant announced over the weekend to support businesses. And you can also have a share of the £126 million boost for trainees, to name just two new funding pots available to support Wirral. Coming with those grants, though, Mr. Mayor, will be the expectation from government that we have good housekeeping measures in place and we only spend what we can afford. And you will be told to deliver services for your residents which they want. And the hardest test of all for Labour will be keep within your budgets. It's not rocket science, Mr. Mayor. It's what we all should be doing in our homes and in our domestic budgets. So with that approach firmly rooted in the Conservatives, we have sought to improve the offer that was put forward by the Labour Group at Policy and Resources Committee. And we do so by enhancing the proposals that was put forward that night. We're providing residents with much more of what's important to them. And they told us in the recent consultation exercise what those points were. Our proposals therefore are as listed in our amendment, and I won't go through them, Mr. Mayor, because others have done that. But Mr. Mayor, all our initiatives are costed and they're affordable, and I would expect all members of this council to support them and deliver the services that our residents expect. They are our customers, they pay their council taxes, and within that expectation of their payments, every pound which we take from their pockets should be spent wisely to deliver the services that they want. Mr. Mayor, that I think we all know that the year ahead will no doubt have many difficulties to overcome, but we're optimistic for the future of our council. We can deliver fantastic services for our residents, and if we are not shackled by political dogma, we can do a brilliant job for our residents. Mr. Mayor, I'm delighted that the items which we put into our budget amendment have been sucked up by the Labour Party, because clearly they are excellent. They're excellent for this council, they're excellent for our residents and our businesses, and I would commend our amendment to the council, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to Councillor Leach. You now have up to 7 minutes to second the Policy and Resources Committee proposals. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a difficult year for our residents and for the council alike. The residents have clearly told us which of the budget consultation items they do not agree to, and we have reflected that within the Labour budget. This is an assured budget, not a reckless budget based on ifs, buts, ands or maybes. There may be room for further in-year adjustments, but let's do that when we have more certainty and assurity. We would not want to put ourselves in a position where we couldn't provide assurances to our residents, auditors and MHCLG alike. Neither would we want to move away from the agreed council priorities agreed within the Wirral plan. As a council, we have done a fantastic job in supporting those who are clinically vulnerable and getting PPE out to nursing homes, assisting our businesses to reopen and getting our young people back into education. My message to the community who have supported the council through their voluntary efforts, whether they be shopping, delivering hampers, litter picking, helping with school meals, providing laptops for homeschooling or supporting a neighbour. Thank you one and all. Thank you also to Wirral Council Chief Exec, staff who have gone the extra mile to support this crisis. But we must not forget that more than 800 residents have lost their life and many of our residents have lost their job. Furthermore, we cannot forget the uncertainty that COVID still presents us with our rates still very high. What we can provide is hope to our residents through our ambitious but achievable regeneration programme. Through the continued construction of Wirral Waters, the Urban Splash Marketing Pavilion will be completed soon, showcasing an example of the innovative and quality residential neighbourhood that will be created to deliver over 1,000 homes, which will include dockside walkways, a pocket park and improved streetscape. The first phase of Legacy £90 million development, a catalytic south-facing waterfront housing scheme, is due to begin on site within a couple of months, delivering over 500 units. The £17 million Belong Village and Dementia Facility will commence in autumn, creating 150 jobs. The new Tower Road Streetscape project is finished and construction of the Hythe Grade A office on the newly opened road will provide an extension to the classroom for the Wirral Met students to gain hands-on skills on the construction site, which will be completed by November of this year. Other projects along Tower Road expected to be on site later this year are Edgerton Village, a waterside amenity which will offer studio and workspace, ancillary retail, restaurant provision and a new public square. The £23 million Maritime Knowledge Hub project will be a centre of excellence for the maritime community, supporting decarbonisation and creating hundreds of new jobs, providing a major boost to our maritime economy through the high quality refurbishment of this landmark building, and provide a centre of excellence for modern methods of construction, automation and digital design, using cutting edge technology and skills to help retrofit existing homes and build new homes through state-of-the-art methods of construction, providing new job opportunities in many trades. We have secured over £2 million as a starting point to retrofit some of the older properties in the borough, bringing them up to a better standard and more economically efficient for residents throughout the Liverpool City region. Construction will commence on the £11 million Eureka Children's Attraction in April and will open in July 22, which will create over 90 jobs and attract 187,000 visitors a year, helping to strengthen the local economy. The Wirral Growth Company Town Centre project will continue at pace. Demolition is underway and the new temporary market will see traders moving to it around this time next year. Our physical regeneration programme will continue to provide many construction jobs to aid our recovery. Mere Park is an industrial and logistics supply chain project. A detailed planning application will be submitted by Peel and due on site this year. We will build on the success of the future High Street Fund awards for Birkenhead and New Ferry by seeking to secure further funding. £46 million of external funding has been secured for our economic growth, with a further £67 million of funding bids in train. We will also be working with Homes England on a business case up to £100 million of housing infrastructure funds this autumn, bringing much needed regeneration funds to this borough. We have just received the funding through the Liverpool City region to remove the 2 flyovers in Birkenhead, giving more scope to build a new community of between 700 and 1,000 homes. All of this regeneration will support the local plan. Early in the new municipal year, the council will see Regulation 19, the draft local plan, coming forward with an urban regeneration brownfield approach, providing better infrastructure with robust plans to level up the inequality that exists within the borough and to provide much needed sustainable green development that will reduce costs for our businesses and residents and reduce our carbon footprint. This clearly shows the ambition of this council to recover from this pandemic and improve the lives and job prospects for the residents of Wirral. Mr. Mayor, in partnership, we are creating a place-led, jobs-driven, thriving, low-carbon place for all, and these projects are just the start, with much more to come. Mr. Mayor, the Labour budget will bring assurance to residents, auditors, Homes England and MHCLG alike, and our ambitious regeneration plans will provide hope for a brighter future for all. Mr. Mayor, I ask the Council to support the Labour budget.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Leach. We're now about to sort of move on to right of reply from the 4 leaders, but I'm going to suggest that because we had to listen for so long, that we have a 10-minute break now and come back to the 4 leaders having 5 minutes each to a right of reply. It'll also give people a chance to reflect on what was said earlier. So can I suggest 10 minutes break, and we're back here at about 20 past. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back on now. Okay, we'll now move on to right of reply. And the first one is Councillor Cleary, and you have up to 5 minutes to reply to the debate. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody who participated in the debate. Just want to pick up on some of the comments that were made. Starting near the beginning, Councillor Clements mentioned the need to plan for new schools, given our new housing targets. And yeah, she's absolutely right about that. And I would just particularly say that Central Birkenhead is already short in terms
Councillor
of...
Cleary, can I just stop you for 1 minute? We have passed the guillotine, so we will continue. Okay, is that agreeable with everyone? We have to, really. Yes?
Agreed. Over the debate.
Agreed. Yes, agreed. I'll take that into consideration, Councillor Cleary. I do apologise. You can start again. My fault.
Okay, thank you. Really pleased that everybody agreed that I should continue speaking. That's a vote of confidence if ever I heard one. Surely. Yeah, I was just kind of agreeing with Councillor Clements in her point about new school provision and just making the case that Central Birkenhead is already very short of primary school provision, and that needs to be looked at as a matter of urgency if we're actually going to meet our housing targets and the repopulation of that area, which is ongoing. Councillor Green accepts the science on climate change. Great news. Thank you very much, Jeff. 50 years behind some of us, but very welcome nonetheless. So hopefully we can look forward to full and positive engagement from your group members on climate-related initiatives going forward. A brief comment on the ward budgets, just to say that obviously any budget we can retain is welcome. Several members referred to the value they place on ward budgets, but we are, it seems, losing the inequality tilt on the ward budgets, and you know that is certainly regrettable, and I hope that can be restored in due course, because you know, it's such an important agenda, and even if it's a relatively small amount of money, it's important that we do everything we possibly can to address the inequalities in the borough. Councillor Kelly made a very helpful contribution regarding the fund pool at Europa, and I just wanted to build on his comments. Yes, absolutely the case that there is potential when demand is high to reopen the fund pool, and I know that officers are looking carefully at that. There is another side to the economics there, and that's the cost of operating the facility. And there's a lot of very old kit that powers the fund pool, and it's costing a lot of money, it's costing a lot of energy, it's costing a lot in carbon terms, and we need to address that. And I think the facility at Europa is just suffering, not just in terms of the underlying power supply for the fund pool, but just the broader facility itself is really suffering from the fact that we're not committed as a council to the pool on an ongoing long-term basis. And I think we need to reverse that position. I think we could really improve the facility if we invest in it, and we should commit to it because it's in such an excellent location, particularly when you consider all of the additional people who should be living and working nearby in the years to come. I want to pay tribute to the people who have contributed on the whole campaign for Europa Pools, some fantastic people who have pitched in with ideas in terms of additional revenue potential and additional cost savings. A really good example of where this process has identified people who are very, very passionate about one of our facilities. And I think engagement with those people going forward is going to be absolutely crucial, as several people have already mentioned. And I think that's particularly true on the rewilding agenda. There's lots of groups out there who want to see us rewild our parks and green spaces, and have the knowledge to do and contribute to that, and to do so in a way that really kind of meets our financial requirements and also meets our aspirations in terms of supporting wildlife and biodiversity. And thanks to Councillor Mitchell for mentioning the issue on neonicotinoids, which again the government has let us down very badly there, and it's another good example of why we have to do everything we possibly can locally to address not just the climate emergency but the biodiversity emergency as well.
Councillor Cleary, 15 seconds.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, my last point then would be that I just want to say that £240,000 of the additional monies that have been found are thanks to what the Green Party has identified in its budget proposals. And that has made a huge contribution to offsetting additional charges for environmental services, the climate emergency budget. So we've made a really positive contribution to that. It's noteworthy that nobody from the Labour group has actually acknowledged that part of their budget actually reflects contributions from the other groups. So I'll close on that positive note. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cleary. Okay, Councillor Gilchrist, and you now have up to 5 minutes to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think the key issue that came through at the end of Councillor Leach's contribution was the question of redeveloping our borough and getting infrastructure in the right place as part of our local plan. And that means having schools to meet what might be a growing population and health facilities that will help the needs of our elderly. There was an interesting debate between Councillor Green and Councillor McLaughlin, so I looked it up. In Rock Ferry, a male may live to the age of 74. In Thurston, it may be 81. In Rock Ferry, a female may live to the age of 78. And in West Kirby, Thurston, 84. But within those timescales, there could be very different lifestyles and conditions, and the number of years that people live in fair health could be much less than that. We touched on social care, and unless the government honour the promises that were made over several years, we really are going to face difficulties. It was March 2017 when a care paper was promised. It was promised in 2018 and has been promised since. We need a long-term solution to help with the care of people in our borough. Questions have been raised about the MHCLG, not just what it stands for, the Ministry of Housing, Communities, Local Government, but what it might do. Councillor Rennie talked about good housekeeping and Councillor Leach talked about getting assurances. I have to say that the MHCLG, as one of its conditions, wants an external assurance review of the way we spend, and we are expected to agree to a plan to address any of their recommendations. So the small print in the loan could be serious. All parties have agreed on the level of council tax rise. All parties have paid heartfelt tributes to the NHS and care staff. And all parties know how difficult things could be. And some members refer to past times. I will give you a quote. We have pledged and will legislate for fiscal rules to deliver a surplus on the current budget and get the national debt falling as soon as possible in the next Parliament. Now, members will be scratching their heads and thinking, I know who said that and when, but in fact, it was a paper produced by Chris Leslie and Hilary Benn for Ed Miliband in 2015. Within this budget, there's some ideas whose time has come. I can remember in 2009 moving a motion in this council about the decline in the bee population. Last year we saw, yes, lots of wildflowers, but there is a balance to be struck, and that is talking that through with residents and working through with residents. Councillor Gray, I agree, has given some assurances about that, but assurances within a financial straitjacket may not work out the way we all intend. The common ground we have found tonight in the youth provision, saving the Williamson, saving school crossing patrols, finding a formula for reopening the fund pool, all these things we have in common. We have so much in common by working together. We may come unstuck occasionally and we may fall out, but we're all here doing our best for the people of Wirral, and that is what we're here to succeed in doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gilchrist. We now move on to Councillor Green, and you have up to 5 minutes to reply to the debate. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things, and can I just say, I know Pat Cleary was about to wax lyrical about the fact we've heard tonight that apparently this is the Labour P&R budget, but as he has pointed out, that a whole range of the proposals that are now on the table from the Labour group include a wide range of initiatives from the other parties. I was just looking at ours. So when the budget came out of P&R, it didn't include retaining the climate change. It was going to start charging everyone for the use of the ERIC service and a range of other environmental services. There was no money in for ward budgets and mitigate that. And it didn't have the 200,000 that we'd recommended for the additional youth provision across the sites. So I think that's pretty good. Nor did it have anything about zero-based budgeting in it does now. And we were still going to keep 100,000 in a so-called Brexit reserve. So as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Mayor, I think we have certainly contributed to the Labour Party's taking in of other parties' recommendations, as have the Lib Dems, to be fair, about the fund pool, and the Greens, who broadly similar. A number of things that they haven't included, but we did refer to in our budget, was a positive step about planting for pollen, maintaining grass verges and amenity space to be cut, but then also taking a positive step for planting for pollinators, which I think, as I mentioned in my earlier speech, would have been a lot better and more positively received. Mr. Mayor, I'm afraid it appears to me, and I removed Jeanette from this because Jeanette was honest enough to say about the extra 200 million that the council has received, a lot of it going directly into council services from the government, that it was welcome and it was generous. And just as a couple of examples of this, we actually see fee rates uplift across the care sector, continued payment for commission plans for daycare providers, additional payments for extra care providers, fee rates uplift across the T2A nursing to ensure additional HCA support to improve discharge efficiency. That was 5.8 million. And of course, the money that was used to pay the living wage was again money that had come directly from the government. And I also would just point out that some members of the Labour group seem to be wearing their virtual reality goggles because they're talking about austerity. Let me just remind everybody, in 2019-20, we set a budget of 288 million. In 2021, we set a budget of 304 million. And tonight we're setting a budget of 329 million. That's 41 million in 2 years, Mr. Mayor. Even with the virtual reality goggles on, they must realise that is considerable support. And a lot of the expansion that we're going to do, a lot of the regeneration that was being talked about by Anita, of course, a lot of government money is coming behind that. And that's before we talk about the 24 million of extraordinary financial help. If we're a bank, Mr. Mayor, the Labour Party would be accusing the government of bailing it out with that 24 million. Now, I hope that Jeanette separates herself from her group, or the wilder fringes of it anyway, and continues her approach of working with the parties in a collective and collaborative way. We've heard how the committee system has improved. That was something that collectively we as parties insisted upon and put forward and eventually came. We've heard about Brownfield First, the local plan. Again, that is something collectively the other parties seem to have forced upon the Labour group, and it's coming forward and it looks like it's going to be successful. So, Mr. Mayor, my group will continue to make sure that we campaign for the protection of the Greenbelt. We will achieve carbon net zero and the quality of adult social care and investing in our young people. These are things that are important, and that will be achieved if our budget is passed tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. We'll now move on to Councillor Williamson, and you will have up to 5 minutes to reply to the debate. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, firstly, thank you for your kind words, Jeff, but I have no intention of dissociating myself from anyone in my group who you've just insulted. And what I do have to say is I don't know whether to be embarrassed or outraged by some of the comments that have come from your own group. It does seem to me, I do wonder whether your group's gone in the wrong direction under your stewardship, Jeff. I'm sure that wasn't your intention, but we've certainly seen some nastiness come out tonight, which is a shame, given that you all pay lip service to a new collegiate way of working with the committee system. So that's a real shame to see that tonight, to see old cliches trotted out and old speeches dusted down and trotted out again year in, year out about Labour. As I say, really disappointing to see that. I will try and address people's comments, Mr. Mayor, individually. Councillor Povell, yeah, a bit concerned that you don't seem to have grasped the fact that the budget proposals we consulted on came from the committee of which your members voted for. They weren't Labour proposals, and that does concern me. I think you maybe need to consult yourself with your own leader so he can bring you up to speed on how that committee works. Councillor Gardner, yes, Hoylake Beach, thank you for your local election campaign there. I don't recall Hoylake Beach being a topic of conversation for this budget. Councillor Burgess-Joyce, you expected to see some resignations tonight. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you there. You wanted teachers sacked, didn't you, though, that refused to return to school if they felt unsafe. I don't know what it is about the Conservatives and wanting people to lose their jobs, but it's certainly nothing that I would associate with. And I'm sorry to disappoint you if you haven't seen the resignations that you wanted tonight. I don't think I'll take any lessons about financial prudence from Councillors Hodson, given that Matt Hancock has just been found to have broken the law when it comes to awarding procurement contracts to his friends. Can I just say that again? Broken the law. OK, so let's not give the Labour Party any lectures on that. But I would like to try and finish, Mr. Mayor, on the positive note on which I started this meeting 3.5 hours ago, and that is we've got a positive vision for the borough, and I'm really pleased that all the other parties want to be associated with our budget now. Great, and I'm pleased that you have come round to our way of thinking and you've bought into, in the main, what we've said in our budget. There have been some amendments, and I'm grateful that we've been able to pick some amendments from other groups, and I am actually welcoming of working together going forward. So as I say, Mr. Mayor, bit of a shame that it unravelled tonight on the side of the Tories, who seem to have reverted to type. And I've got to give credit to their previous leader, Ian, who seemed to have reined that side in. Regarding Ian, you asked me a few questions about Wirral Evolutions. That's going to be going to the Adults Committee, Ian, and I'll leave that in the capable hands of Councillor Nolan. I'm sure she's happy to speak to you offline about that. With regards to the grass cutting, I know that Councillor Gray is working really hard on this to ensure that it's rolled out on a ward-by-ward basis and in consultation with individual ward members. So that's going to go through committee and through workshops. I hope I can give you some assurance on that. I do apologise if I haven't addressed every question that's come my way. It's been a very long evening, and I'm trying to keep this positive, really, Mr. Mayor, as I am the last speaker. And I would hate for our residents, if they're still tuned in at this point, to see some of their councillors being so negative about the borough. We've presented a really, really positive budget tonight. I'm really pleased that it's been supported in the main across the various groups. Couldn't possibly support the Conservative amendment, which will invariably lead to job losses. We can't do that as the Labour Party. So I, once again, will commend the Labour budget, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for listening tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson, and thanks to the four leaders for keeping within the time limits. Thank you. OK, right, I'm now going to invite Cher Halewood to make comment as the S151 officer. Cher.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a short statement from me first off. I'd like to just thank the group leaders for giving me the opportunity to scrutinise all the amendments well in advance of the meeting this evening. I can confirm that the figures used in developing all the proposals are robust and they are achievable, and that all of the proposals are legal. And this is based on the most up-to-date information we have available at the time. None of the proposals being presented in the amendments this evening change the statutory council tax calculation requirement for next year either. And that's it from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Right. So that concludes the debate, members, and we will now move to the votes. Okay, before we do, I'm going to invite Phil McCourt to explain the process for undertaking votes. Phil.
Thank you, Mayor. So as this is the budget debate, it's a matter of law that the votes concerned are recorded. So it's not just a roll call. The individual votes will then be recorded in the minutes that follow. It is a set of votes on these amendments and then the substantive or original motion that's left at the end. And then there's one element of the recommendations from Policy and Resources Committee that is subject to a separate vote afterwards, which is the setting of the council tax. Thank you.
Right, Phil, I'm going to ask you to do the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, can I ask you to put your cameras on and speak in that order when I call out your name, and then say whether you are voting for, against or abstaining, and this is in respect of the Green Group's amendment to the Labour motion. Councillor Anderson.
For.
Councillor Berry. Councillor Berry. Sorry, Mayor, somebody's muting me in the conversation. Sorry, we'll come back to Councillor Berry. Councillor Bird.
Against.
Councillor Brame.
Against.
Councillor Burgess-Joyce.
For.
Councillor Cameron.
For.
Councillor Cannon.
Against.
Councillor Corubia.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Clements.
For.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Cook.
For.
Councillor Cottier.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
For.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Fawkes.
Against.
Councillor Frost.
Against.
Councillor Gardner.
For.
Councillor Gilchrist.
Against.
Councillor Carl Greeny.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Green.
For.
Councillor Gray.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hayes.
For.
Councillor Steve Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Hodson.
For.
Councillor Cathy Hodson.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Adrian Jones.
Against.
Councillor Chris Jones.
Against.
Councillor Sharon Jones.
Against.
Councillor Tony Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jordan.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Kenny.
Councillor Brian Kenny. Against.
Councillor Leach.
Against.
Councillor Lewis.
For.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Councillor McLaughlin against.
Councillor McManus.
Against.
Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Muspratt.
Against.
Councillor Nolan.
Against.
Councillor Norbury.
Against.
Councillor Povell.
For.
Councillor Rennie.
For.
Councillor Rennie for. Sorry, did you not hear?
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rowlands.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Spall.
Against.
Councillor Spriggs.
Against.
Councillor Stapleton.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Paul Stewart. Against.
Councillor Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan. Against.
Councillor Usher.
Councillor Usher against.
Councillor Walsh.
Councillor Walsh. Against.
Councillor Whittingham.
Against.
Councillor Irene Williams.
Against.
Councillor Jerry Williams.
Against.
Councillor Steve Williams.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
Against.
And Councillor Wright.
For.
And was Councillor Berry able to join us? Was that a temporary thing, or was Councillor Berry dropped off?
He was having trouble with his rebooting his computer. I don't know if he's back in yet.
I can hear you now, Steve. Oh. Hello.
Councillor
He's on
Berry.
his phone.
Yes, Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just have that? Yeah, okay. Okay, that was lost. Could I have those numbers again, please?
It was 22 against.
22 against, 38 for, and 1 abstention.
That's it.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So that was lost. Okay, we move on to the second vote, the Liberal Democrat Group amendment. And this is on the Liberal Democrat amendment. Okay, Phil, we want to do the roll call again.
Thank you, Mayor.
And is your camera on?
Councillor Anderson.
For.
Councillor Berry.
For.
Councillor Bird.
Against.
Councillor Brahim.
For.
Councillor Burgess Joyce.
For.
Councillor Cameron.
For.
Councillor Cannon.
Against.
Councillor Kurbia.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Cleary for.
Councillor Clements.
For.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Cook.
For.
Councillor Cottier.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
For.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Fawkes.
Against.
Councillor Frost.
Against.
Councillor Gardner.
For.
Councillor Gilchrist.
For.
Councillor Carl Greeny.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Green.
For.
Councillor Gray.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hayes.
For.
Councillor Steve Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Hodson.
For.
Councillor Kathy Hodson.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Adrian Jones.
Against.
Councillor Chris Jones.
Against.
Councillor Sharon Jones.
Against.
Councillor Tony Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jordan.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Kenny.
Councillor Brian Kenny. Against.
Councillor Leach.
Against.
Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Lewis for the Liberal Democrat amendment.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Councillor McLaughlin against.
Councillor McManus.
Councillor McManus against.
Councillor Mitchell.
Councillor Mitchell for.
Councillor Muspratt.
Against.
Councillor Nolan.
Against.
Councillor Norbury.
Against, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Povell.
For.
Councillor Rennie.
For Mr. McCord.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rowlands.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Spall.
Against.
Councillor Spriggs.
I'm against, thanks.
Councillor Stapleton.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Paul Stewart. Against.
Councillor Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan. Against.
Councillor Usher.
Councillor Usher against.
Councillor Walsh.
Councillor Walsh against.
Councillor Whittingham.
Against.
Councillor Irene Williams.
Against.
Councillor Jerry Williams.
Against.
Councillor Steve Williams.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
Against.
And Councillor Wright.
For.
Thank you, members.
Okay, that amendment was lost for 27, against 34. Okay, we move on to the third vote, the Conservative Group amendment. Right, Phil, would you like to do the roll call again?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Anderson.
For.
Councillor Berry.
For.
Councillor Bird.
Against.
Councillor Brame.
Against.
Councillor Burgess-Joyce.
For.
Councillor Cameron.
For.
Councillor Cannon.
Against.
Councillor Rubio.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
Against.
Councillor Clements.
For.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Cook.
Against.
Councillor Cottier.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
For.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Fawkes.
Against.
Councillor Frost.
Against.
Councillor Gardner.
For.
Councillor Gilchrist.
Against.
Councillor Carl Greeny.
Against.
Councillor Jeff Green. Sorry, Mayor, we had some interference.
Yeah, we did, yes, yeah.
Well, understood, Councillor Green. Councillor Gray.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hayes.
For.
Councillor Steve Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Hodson.
For.
Councillor Cathy Hodson.
Unmute.
Sorry, Councillor Cathy Hodson. Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Councillor Cathy Hodson, for.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Adrian Jones.
Against.
Councillor Chris Jones.
Against.
Councillor Sharon Jones.
Against.
Councillor Tony Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jordan.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Kenny.
Councillor Brian Kenny, against.
Councillor Leach.
Against.
Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Lewis, for.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Against.
Councillor McManus.
Against.
Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Muspratt.
Against.
Councillor Nolan.
Against.
Councillor Norbury.
Against, Mr. McCourt.
Councillor Povell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Rennie.
Councillor Rennie, for.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rowlands.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Spore.
Against.
Councillor Spriggs.
Against.
Councillor Stapleton.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Paul Stewart, against.
Councillor Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan, against.
Councillor Usher.
Councillor Usher, against.
Councillor Walsh.
Against.
Councillor Whittingham.
Against.
Councillor Irene Williams.
Against.
Councillor Jerry Williams.
Against.
Councillor Steve Williams.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
Against.
And Councillor Wright.
For.
Thank you, members.
One more vote.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, could I ask a quick question? Is it correct that you voted in the last two votes, as opposed to abstaining?
I think so. Sorry, let me see what the voting is. 1 minute, sorry. I've missed the voting there, sorry. So that was lost. What was the voting, please?
2041, Tony.
20 for 41 against, no abstentions. Yes, so that was lost.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
And in answer to Councillor Kubia's question, yes, you voted.
Yeah. Okay. We'll now move on to the fourth vote on the original or substantive motion. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. This is now the vote on the original motion.
Okay. Okay. Can you do the roll call again, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Councillor Anderson.
For.
Councillor Berry.
For.
Councillor Bird.
For.
Councillor Brame.
For.
Councillor Burgess-Joyce.
For.
Councillor Cameron.
For.
Councillor Cannon.
For.
Councillor Corubia.
4, thank you.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Clements.
4.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Cook.
4.
Councillor Cottier.
4.
Councillor Cox.
4.
Councillor Davies.
4.
Councillor Fawkes.
4.
Councillor Frost.
4.
Councillor Gardner.
4.
Councillor Gilchrist.
4.
Councillor Greenie, Carl Greenie.
4.
Councillor Jeff Green.
4.
Councillor Gray.
4.
Councillor Paul Hayes.
4.
Councillor Steve Hayes.
4.
Councillor Andrew Hodson.
4.
Councillor Kathy Hodson.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Adrian Jones.
4.
Councillor Chris Jones.
4.
Councillor Sharon Jones.
4.
Councillor Tony Jones.
4.
Councillor Jordan.
4.
Councillor Kelly.
4.
Councillor Kenny.
Councillor Brian Kenny, 4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Lewis.
Ian Lewis, 4.
Councillor McLaughlin.
4.
Councillor McManus.
4.
Councillor Mitchell.
4.
Councillor Muspratt.
4.
Councillor Nolan.
'Nolan, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Norbury.
4.
Councillor Poville.
4.
Councillor Rennie.
Councillor Rennie, 4.
Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Robinson, 4.
Councillor Rowlands.
Councillor Rowlands, 4.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Spall.
4.
Councillor Spriggs. Councillor Spriggs.
Yes, I was just waiting for my camera to come on. I don't know why it took so long, but I am 4.
Thank you. Councillor Stapleton.
4.
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Paul Stewart, 4.
Councillor Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan, 4.
Councillor Usher.
Councillor Usher, 4.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Whittingham.
4.
Councillor Irene Williams.
4.
Councillor Jerry Williams.
4.
Councillor Steve Williams.
You had it off. Don't say. Don't say.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Was that for me, Mr. McCourt? Because my voice isn't that deep normally.
There was just a delay. Councillor Williams was delayed. Councillor Williamson.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
And Councillor Wright.
4.
Thank you very much, members. Mayor.
So that was carried. 61 for, none against. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. It's taken quite a long time, but extremely important. Okay, we now move on to the 5th vote. The next vote is in respect to the statutory calculations for the council tax precept as detailed on pages 301 to 303 of the summons, which require approval by the council for the year 2021 to 2022 in accordance with sections 32 to 36 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992. This will be a recorded vote. Now going to ask Phil McCourt to go to the vote by roll call again. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and this will be the last recorded vote.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
4.
Councillor Berry.
4.
Councillor Bird.
4.
Councillor Brain.
4.
Councillor Burgess-Joyce.
4.
Councillor Cameron.
4.
Councillor Cannon.
4.
Councillor Carubia.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Clements.
4.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Cook.
4.
Councillor Cottier.
4.
Councillor Fox.
4.
Councillor Davies.
4.
Councillor Fowkes.
4.
Councillor Frost.
4.
Councillor Gardner.
4.
Councillor Gilchrist.
4.
Councillor Carl Greeny.
4.
Councillor Jeff Green.
4.
Councillor Gray. Sorry,
4.
Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Paul Hayes.
4.
Councillor Steve Hayes.
4.
Councillor Andrew Hodson.
4.
Councillor Kathy Hodson. Sorry, Councillor Kathy Hodson, you were on mute there.
All right. Councillor Kathy Hodson, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Adrian Jones.
4.
Councillor Chris Jones.
4.
Councillor Sharon Jones.
4.
Councillor Tony Jones.
4.
Councillor Jordan.
4.
Councillor Kelly.
4.
Councillor Kenny.
Councillor Brian Kenny, 4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Ian Lewis, 4.
Councillor McLaughlin.
4.
Councillor McManus.
4.
Councillor Mitchell.
4.
Councillor Musprat.
4.
Councillor Nolan.
4.
Councillor Norbury.
4.
Councillor Povell.
4.
Councillor Rennie.
Councillor Rennie, 4.
Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Robinson, 4.
Councillor Rowlands.
Councillor Rowlands, 4.
Councillor Smith.
Abstention.
Councillor Spore.
4.
Councillor Spriggs.
4.
Councillor Stapleton.
4.
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Paul Stewart, 4.
Councillor Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan, 4.
Councillor Usher.
Four.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Whittingham.
4.
Councillor Irene Williams.
4.
Councillor Jerry Williams.
4.
Councillor Steve Williams.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
And Councillor Wright.
4.
Thank you for your patience, members. There.
Okay, so for 60, against 0 and 1 abstention. So that was carried. Thank you, members.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. just a short correction. It was 461.
Sorry?
It was 461 rather than 60.
Was it? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks for that correction. Sorry, I didn't see it on the. Okay, thank you. Right. So we've got that right. Yeah. Okay. So we move on to 4D, the capital program 2021 to 2026. Right. So this is a referral from the Policy and Resources Committee held on the 17th of February 2021. I call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the recommendations detailed in the report. Councillor Williamson.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Calling Councillor Leach to second.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. As usual, as the proposer of the motion, Councillor Williamson, you now have 5 minutes to speak to your motion.
Mr. Mayor, I think people will be relieved to know that I don't intend to speak to this.
Okay, and I'm not aware of any amendments, so I propose we move to the debate. Okay, are there any speakers? Nope. Right, okay, no speakers. So we'll move on to the seconder of the motion, Councillor Leach. Again, 3 minutes if you wish to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I won't be taking this time, thank you.
Okay, and again, right to reply, Councillor Williamson.
Nothing from me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, there be no further comments. We will now move to the vote. I'll take this vote by assent. So again, if any member is not in agreement, can you please say so now or indicate in the chat facility? Okay, so then that is agreed. Okay, thank you. We move on to 4E, Capital Financing Strategy 2021-2022. Okay, this is a referral from the Policy and Resources Committee held on the 17th of February 2021. Again, I call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the recommendations detailed in the report.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Leach to second.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Williamson again, if you want to, you have 5 minutes to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak to this, but it's okay now. I've still not gone in. Thank you.
Oh, okay, right. So I'm not aware of any amendments, so I propose we move to the debate. Again, I'll ask, are there any speakers? No. Again, we'll now move on to the seconder of the motion. Again, Councillor Leach, 3 minutes if you wish to speak to the motion.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Then right to reply, Councillor Williamson, again 3 minutes.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, since there be no further comments, we'll move to the vote. Again, I propose to take this vote by assent. If any members are not in agreement, can you please say so now or indicate in the chat facility? Okay, I'll take that as agreed. Thank you. Right, we move on to 4F, Treasury Management Strategy 2021 to 2022. This is referral from the Policy and Resources Committee held on the 17th of February 2021. Again, I call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the recommendations detailed in the report.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Leach to second.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, again, proposer of the motion, Councillor Williamson, now 5 minutes to speak to your motion if you so wish.
I won't speak to this, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not aware of any amendments, so I propose we move to the debate. Have we got any speakers? No, okay. We move now on to the seconder of the motion, Councillor Leach, again 3 minutes if you wish to speak.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, proposer of the motion, Councillor Williamson, again, right to reply, and you may address the council for up to 3 minutes if you so wish.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, there be no further comments, we will move to the vote. Again, I will take this vote by assent. So if any member is not in agreement, can you please say so now or indicate in the chat facility? Okay, I'm taking that as agreed. Right, we're now moving on to 4G, Investment Strategy 2021 to 2022. This is a referral from the Policy and Resources Committee held on the 17th of February 2021. Again, I call on Councillor Jeanette Williamson to move the recommendations detailed in the report.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Leach to second.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Right, the proposer of the motion, Councillor Williamson, again, if you wish to, 5 minutes to speak to your motion.
I won't speak to this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any amendments, so I again propose we move to the debate. Again, have we got any speakers? No. Okay. We now move on to the seconder of the motion. Councillor Leach, 3 minutes if you wish to speak to the motion.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Proposer of the motion, Councillor Williamson, again, right to reply, 3 minutes.
Nothing from me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. There'll be no further comments. We will now move to the vote. Once again, I will take this vote by assent. If any member is not in agreement, can you please say so now or indicate in the chat facility? Right, I'm taking that as agreed. Right, I think we've come to the end of our meeting this evening. Thank you everyone for being so cooperative. Thank you for adhering to the times. I know it's, what time is it now? It's just almost on 20 past 10. I hope everyone is keeping themselves safe, looking after their loved ones, and I hope in the near future we might be back sometime either in the chamber